I'm Shiv Arur. This is the Democratic Newsroom, where every week I and my colleagues here in the India Today Newsroom kick about some of the big action points of the week. And what else but the big no trust vote, Modi versus Rahul, and all of the familiar eruptions that are happening in our political space. We've seen the angry speeches in Parliament. We're now seeing the angry press conferences, the mocking, the jeering, the sloganeering. Everywhere you look, it's political heat, and that's how it's going to be on the road to 2024. The question we're asking today on Democratic Newsroom: we've talked about who's won the no trust vote. We've dwelt on what the perception battle has looked like. But is 2024 being set up to be another Modi versus Rahul? Is it going to be Modi versus Rahul 3.0? I'm going to start with Rajdeep. And Rajdeep never tires of talking about his favorite subject, Modi, Rahul, and all the political animals in our country. Rajdeep, angry speech in Parliament, lots of finger pointing, jabbing at the camera, anger during press conferences, and I'm sure there are going to be many more. Is this Modi versus Rahul 3.0 that's shaping up in your view?
Before we start, I want to tell the viewers of Democratic Newsroom, this week we had two mini Democratic Newsrooms. And
both went viral.
Both went viral because what is happening is if I say something over 2 minutes, someone is clipping 20 seconds. And I'm getting killed both ways. You know, Shiv Arur is the one responsible because he has the easiest job here. He's chosen not to make his opinion
Today
clear.
I will give my
opinion. So I'm going to reverse that. Shiv Arur, tell me. Okay. Tell me, Shiv.
Give your opinion first, then I'll answer.
Look, there was a lot of anger.
Yeah.
On both sides. There was, in fact, in my view, there was way too much anger and too little focus on both sides right through this debate. So to that extent, as a political observer, I was disappointed because I thought this debate would lead to three things. One, it would lead to accountability in the context of Manipur. You cannot get away by saying, oh, Chief Minister is cooperating with us, that's good enough. That's not good enough. Or by harking back to Mizoram 1966. We are in 2023, for God's sake. The Congress is not in power. When the Congress was in power, the Congress is accountable. When the BJP is in power, it's a double-engine government. BJP is accountable. So I didn't see enough accountability. Two, I didn't see enough empathy. You know, the fact is, you've got a state which is badly divided. It's grievously divided. So you've got to be showing greater empathy for just what Manipur has gone through.
But did Rahul Gandhi do enough to, make the most of it is the question. Because he was the lead actor.
Empathy from whom, Rajdeep?
Empathy from our members of parliament. Empathy from our political leadership. Empathy from Manipur government in Imphal. Empathy from the centre here. Empathy from the opposition. Look, I think, we need to start understanding you cannot get into whataboutery when you have something that's happened in Manipur. Someone's going to tell me, oh, look at Bengal. Sure. What's happened in Bengal is unacceptable when there's a rape of a woman in Bengal, but don't compare it to an ethnic divide of the kind that's happening in Manipur, where weapons are stolen from a police station.
Exactly. What's happening in West Bengal or Rajasthan does not amount to 6,500 FIRs being filed in Manipur, gang rapes of such kind, weapons being stolen at large. So there should be accountability and empathy in the parliament on both sides. You have the BJP accusing the Congress of Rahul Gandhi of making a fiery speech and walking out, blowing a flying kiss. How serious was he in the parliament? You have the Congress accusing Prime Minister Modi of speaking about Manipur in a fleeting reference and then laughing in the midst of it. So really, who is showing any kind of empathy?
Nabila and I are on the same page. That doesn't happen too often.
I don't necessarily agree on this because I feel that Home Minister Amit Shah put the focus on Manipur. He gave you all the details. He spoke in great detail about it. He's the Home Minister.
But he dodged the key question, Akshita, which is that the Chief Minister's role. He says Chief Minister is cooperating. I mean, that's not good enough. Sorry, that's not good enough. You are now creating a situation.
He spoke about
because a Chief Minister here is facing a serious accusation of siding with one community.
Did he not speak about
the Chief Minister? No, he's not. He's defended the Chief Minister because he knows that it is a Chief Minister whose role is under the scanner.
Okay, I have the...
What is the defense he has beyond saying he's cooperated? That's not a good enough defense.
The beauty of a democratic
and now
newsroom.
he's going to speak.
The beauty of a democratic newsroom as vibrant as ours is that we started off on Modi versus Rahul 3.0 and we've ended up on Manipur and accountability, which I think is fabulous because that was the root of the discussion in Parliament. But like Rajdeep said right at the start, we've already done 2 democratic newsrooms on Manipur, on accountability. Both of them have gone viral. If you want to see Rajdeep's views on that, please go and refer to it. Rajdeep, you are not allowed to repeat your views from the last 2 episodes. I want to keep the focus now on Modi versus Rahul. Whether you think that's a less serious issue or not, that so be it. But now we're talking about these 2 people. Okay? Rahul Gandhi is projecting himself not as one among Team India. He is projecting himself as the protagonist, Rajdeep, the lead actor, the Jananayak as the Congress is projecting him. So, where does this leave Team India then?
Look, I said it and I'm going to say it now for the last time. Rahul Gandhi missed an opportunity, in my view, to put the government on the mat. And the government missed an opportunity to give the people of Manipur a genuine sense of comfort. This is my view. That there isn't enough accountability on one side and there isn't enough attempt being made to ensure point by point where the government went wrong.
Wasted opportunity then?
Well, you see, if the no confidence motion was about encircling the government has actually managed in a way to pass the buck onto the opposition,
No,
blaming it for what the opposition's failings are.
No, let's put the focus again on Modi versus Rahul, as Shiv has been saying.
It's all yours now. I'm out of it. I'm out of it.
You've not been mentioning one comment on Modi versus Rahul. Between the 2 in Parliament when they spoke, whose speech stood out for you more?
No doubt Modi is a fabulous orator.
So
There is absolutely I choose Modi. No
And,
doubt.
Rajdeep?
Orator or performer?
No, whatever it is, but he's captivating.
Okay, content.
It's
Content.
amazing to
Let's
watch
talk
Prime
about
Minister
content.
Modi speak, and I'm not the only one saying it. You would agree with me.
No,
Rajdeep.
but he already said it.
I said, look,
Rajdeep sir always says it.
you know,
No, let's
the
talk
thing
about
the
content.
thing that stands out about both Mr. Modi and Shah, when they come to Parliament, they come prepared.
Yeah.
In fact, Mr. Shah goes to the extent of doing the old style one, of actually flagging off particular pages, reading out from notes. So he comes prepared. You see, if you're going to do a 2-hour speech, you can't wing it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Even Mr. Modi, you'll see his speech. Now, we could argue, and I would argue that it took him the 93rd minute to use the word Manipur. But if you see the speech, he was determined to make this a speech about 2024 Lok Sabha. His was not a speech about Manipur. He had decided, okay, you have a no confidence motion on me. I'm going to use the occasion as a platform
and why
to
not?
tell you why. Good luck to him. So I say, look, he's a consummate performer. I'm not so sure about his oratory, but he knows where to hit which, who to hit when.
So are you saying...
He's a pugilist.
Are you saying 40 minutes you can wing it, the Prime Minister didn't wing it? Are you then saying the Prime Minister's speech was better?
Of course I am. There's no doubt about it. You know, look, but this looks, that's my problem. You see, we in the media are going to judge it as our moderator is Modi versus Rahul. I'm judging it by the big picture. My big picture is Manipur better off today compared to 4 days ago because of this debate? I say no. I say I found as a citizen of India, I found no attempt made by our MPs, barring a few. I actually thought Gaurav Gogoi,
Yes.
Amit Shah, a couple of others
Yes.
actually focused on the real issues of Manipur. And I would have liked to see more speakers. If you are having a no confidence motion on Manipur, please tell me all that you think can. Nobody gave me a roadmap for the future. I don't want to know about 1966.
No, but Amit Shah tried to get a resolution, by all the MPs.
Yes.
That seemed like some kind of forward action. The opposition treated it with the same kind of contempt and suspicion that they're treating everything.
There's too much of name calling on both sides. But you tell me, Shiv, you follow defense closely. Should we be comparing in 2023 what happened with the Indian Army in 1984?
Please
or
watch.
what happened in 1966? What's your view?
Not only will I give you my view,
No, I want to hear.
my 5:30 p.m. show today was about Indira Gandhi's decision, where I have said that it is there are no blacks and whites in such decisions. There are shades of grey, and that Indira Gandhi had no choice but to take that decision. I have a clear-cut view on it, sir.
Excellent.
So to be honest, I think
I'm finding that I'm getting more and more support for a change.
No. Sir, I don't take sides. I am a case-to-case basis kind of person when it comes to facts. Now, let me once
I
again.
just have to say that the opposition has done its part by asking questions and the right questions. What we saw was one suspension after the other. You have either of the opposition leaders, many of them, in the latest was Adhir Ranjan, It started with Sanjay Singh. So suspension saga continued right from the monsoon session. But where is the structure when it comes to suspending an MP? You ask a question and you raise a voice, you're suspended. I agree that there is some kind of decorum inside the parliament, but we don't see the BJP netas following the decorum entirely to the T. So, but I also agree at the same time that the opposition walking out of the parliament was the most stupid thing to do. How can you just walk out of the parliament?
Stupid.
You are elected representatives. You are conveying the message of the people who voted you to power. You've got to sit there and weather it out. Ask the right questions until the end. You see Amit Shah, you see Modi themselves sitting in the parliament. Why can't you?
It seemed to show that Manipur wasn't really the purpose of this no trust vote. It was about scoring a point against the Prime Minister, which is okay. No. But then there should be some integrity about that. They trooped out of parliament right before the Prime Minister spoke.
Shiv, the point is there is no trust between the government and the opposition.
There is no trust.
That's the sad reality. And I actually was privileged to see parliament in the 1990s for two reasons. One is because it was coalition government, so no confidence votes were very exciting because it was actually about who would win, whether the government would fall or not, which this was not about. This was about the perception game, not about who is going to win in terms of the numbers in parliament, because that was decided. The other part is the quality of speakers. You see, now we are, sorry to tell the younger generation, you're in this age of Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. You're looking
so are you. In fact, you are more on it than us.
You're looking to go viral. And therefore, isko maine punch diya.
So, but no one is more viral than you.
No, my point is, speakers are not coming to parliament to make well-considered speeches. They're coming to make parliament to see which soundbite will go viral or which element. I don't think Vajpayee ji or George Fernandez or the great speakers of the 1990s were looking at virality. They were natural speakers and they grew up in the crucible of parliament. Today's politicians do not come to parliament with their homework done, many of them, and thereby seem ill-prepared. You mentioned the opposition. The one thing I think the opposition could have done is prepare yourself. Prepare a strategy. Think of what you're going to say. Spend some time. That's what I think is missing, along with the no trust. Makes it a little disappointing, actually.
Now we're in a battlefield where it's the Modi government versus the NDA. Rajdeep, and I'll bring the both of you in on this as well. Today's press conference by Rahul Gandhi had him calling the Prime Minister shameless, saying that he was giggling in Parliament. Rajdeep, am I wrong in wondering or being reminded of 2018, 2019? Everyone remembers Rahul Gandhi's angry press conferences every day where he was taking very personal pot shots at the Prime Minister. If we're talking about Team India and, localizing the elections, Rahul Gandhi is busy making it Rahul versus Modi, which is what the alliance does not want.
No, he may be trying to do that, but I don't think it's creating that narrative at all. Today's press conference, if you look at, he was trying to be emotional. In a sense, I got that, he was trying to make amends for what he did in Parliament. The 40-minute speech that he gave there, 10 minutes he wasted about Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Self-transformation.
And you're someone who's been to Manipur, right? You should have used that experience. You should have spoken about that experience, not about anecdotes, but facts. You should have put that forward to counter Amit Shah, to counter the Prime Minister. You should have done that today. In hindsight, should have done that. He still didn't. So all the anger, all the emotion is great. You're trying to take on an orator with emotion. That doesn't
let me be honest 1 second. Nobody's taken more pot shots at Rahul Gandhi than the BJP has. All right? And let's be honest, this is the same ask that I would want of my own Prime Minister. Get to the point. Don't go into history, geography and all of that. You may want to refer to it, but get to the point. Manipur is a burning issue. I'd want you to give answers, not references.
No, but why not? The Prime Minister did come to the point, but by that time the opposition had left.
Opposition leaving is a different thing. Prime Minister still continued to speak.
Look, we agree that ideally the opposition should have listened to the Prime Minister, whether he spoke about Manipur 92 minutes or minute number 1. My limited point is you've got a strange situation. Rahul Gandhi is not the greatest parliamentarian. Over 20 years, almost 20 years now in Parliament. Do you recall any great speech? Do you recall any great speech by him? I don't. Number 2, in the last session, 16th Lok Sabha, he actually did not put up a single question during question hour. His attendance is way below that of his other congressmen. The same thing with Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi has spoken in 9 years 30 times in Parliament, most of them ritualistic words for someone who's departed or otherwise. Very few major speeches. Manmohan Singh spoke 70 times. So you've got a Prime Minister who seems to also not treat Parliament seriously enough, and you've got an opposition leader who doesn't seem to be, cut it when it comes to Parliament. So you're asking me Rahul versus Modi? You know, the sad
That's what
truth
the
of
BJP
it
wants.
No, but
the BJP wants it to be
forget
Rahul
Parliament.
versus Modi.
So
I
does-
think the country knows it's not Rahul versus
It looks
Modi.
like even Rahul wants that.
Rahul wants it, and Rajdeep, keep
Rahul is-
Parliament aside. I feel Rahul Gandhi as a politician hasn't got that vigor to take on Modi.
Imagine he did.
That's what it comes down to. Forget Parliament for a second.
Rahul Gandhi
Look, at
did
the
not
end of the day,
even-
the fight will be about rally versus rally, press conference versus press conference. Even there, Rahul Gandhi, can he take on a Prime Minister?
No, but Akshita and Shiv and Nabila, here, let me ask you all the question. Let me play moderator. Who's making it Rahul versus Modi? Are the politicians making it? You or
Rahul is making it.
You, I in television studios or in on the digital platforms? Are we looking for a presidential style contest in a parliamentary democracy? 543 MPs.
Sir.
Did you ever listen to any of the other MPs? Why didn't you listen to
No,
other
tell me who is-
MPs?
No, Raj.
Why didn't you listen to Asaduddin Owaisi?
No,
who
we
gave a
did.
first
We
class
did.
speech?
I listened to Azhaduddin Owaisi, I listened to Mahua Moitra, I listened to Gaurav Gogoi, I listened to all of them, sir. But my simple limited point is this. It's not us creating this narrative. It's every political party involved. It's everyone on the ground. You ask them who's the face of Rahul Gandhi. Will they say Mallikarjun Kharge or will they say Rahul Gandhi?
See that.
Well, he is the Gandhi side,
As
and
simple as
inevitably
that.
he's going to be the face. But let's do some credit to Rahul Gandhi. He said it very clear that he's not contesting, or he does not want to be the prime ministerial
He'll
candidate
say
for
it,
his
but he's
party.
never said-
but he's
His
never
party
said
also
that he
the
wants to
same
be.
thing. His party has also said the same thing,
But you know-
that Rahul will not contest.
And
But
yet-
they also know, they
the
also know
face.
that Rahul Gandhi is the man who brings the traction for the Congress.
Yeah,
It's
but you
only
know
when
what?
Rahul Gandhi speaks, every eyeballs are going.
But
Otherwise, nobody cares about what other Congress leaders are
Yeah,
speaking.
but-
That's the unfortunate
Yeah,
truth.
but like Manish Tiwari spoke very well, I thought.
China?
On China. But the thing is, Rahul Gandhi is actually, let me be fair to him, he's not bad in impromptu conversation
Yes.
that he seems to have out on the
And
street.
even this time he said, "I'm speaking
there's
from
an
my
element
heart."
of naturalness. He's reaching out to people. Parliament is different. It requires a different style. And I think like a batsman, you've got to realize your limitations. If you're a leg side batsman, please don't play the cover drive. Only because the people around you are saying, no, you're the best cover driver. You're not, right? So I would actually say there's a lesson in it for Rahul Gandhi. If you're going to come to Parliament to do this major speech after 6 months out of Parliament, come better prepared.
Yeah.
Don't just wing it. To Prime Minister Modi, show some humility. You're the Prime Minister of the country. You don't need to spend 90 minutes, continuously throwing barbs at the opposition. I know the opposition has not also been fair to you. You could argue they've thrown venom at me, I'm returning it. But you're the Prime Minister. You possibly will be the first 3-time consecutive Prime Minister since Jawaharlal Nehru. So I expect more of the Prime Minister.
I'm
Let me
My
put that.
simple point is it's a no confidence. So what is the Prime Minister speaking about? He's talking about how the no confidence is not of the people, it's of the parties in Parliament.
But it was
what is
around
wrong with
Manipur.
making it political?
It was about
Did he
Manipur.
not speak about Manipur? He did.
90
The opposition
92
walked
minutes.
out. That's their problem.
90 minutes I
I
spoke
think
on
that's
everything else but
90
Manipur.
But the Prime Minister was dragged to the Parliament because of the no confidence motion. He otherwise
So
refused
that's
to
what he
come and
spoke
address.
about.
He refused to come and address.
But did he not
a no
speak about-
confidence
I mean,
motion
In
was
an
almost
ideal,
a last
confused
option.
what I would have liked in an ideal world, this was the monsoon session of Parliament. On day one or in the first week of Parliament, both sides should have got together, had a discussion on Manipur,
No, but
possibly
who
as an
stopped
adjournment
that?
motion,
Who
and
stopped
passed
that?
a joint resolution.
But who stopped
Amit
it?
Shah proposed that.
Who
But
stopped
that's, you've
it?
Look-
done it right
look
at the
at-
very end because
look at-
you forced the opposition to go for a no
That may
confidence
be
vote.
down-
That's
that
the
is-
only
that
way
may be
the
down
Prime
to
Minister
trust
breaks his
deficit.
silence.
Trust
Whose fault
deficit
is that?
between
Amit Shah
government and
was willing to
opposition.
speak last week. He had written a letter to all parties saying, let's have a conversation. They weren't willing to
But
have
why
the Home
not the
Minister
Prime Minister?
speak.
But why
Just-
not the Prime Minister
Why
address
not
the
the
situation?
Home
No,
Minister?
why not the
Also-
Prime Minister?
also-
It's a situation
willing
where
to have
you
a
have
conversation
thousands
first.
of people who are
But see, this is
struggling.
my problem.
You have more than 150 people who've lost their
Nobody
lives.
is
Why can't
playing
the Prime
it down.
Minister address the
But
issue?
I'm sorry, but Shiv,
but
if there's a conversation and if the
excusing
opposition
fact-
truly wanted a conversation,
excusing the
they would be
fact that
okay
One at a
Prime
time, one at a
Minister,
time.
why should Prime Minister speak? Why shouldn't the Prime Minister speak?
One at a time, yeah.
Why
It's not-
shouldn't the Prime Minister speak?
It's
Why,
not-
why are we discounting the fact that the BJP has been trying to escape that Prime Minister's saying that Prime Minister Modi will not speak, it will be the Home Minister. Why couldn't the Prime Minister speak?
Okay.
My simple point is this, that on day one, as Rajdeep said, if we were going to have that conversation, it could have started with a Home Minister's statement. The Home Minister, as he spoke for 2 hours, gave in great detail what's happening in Manipur. This could have happened on day one of the monsoon session. And then you would have set the stage for 2 weeks of great conversations, of great dialogue, of back and forth on how to solve the issue.
Yeah,
And yes,
but-
then the opposition could have had their dialogue saying, bring the Prime Minister here as well. And then the advantage is on the
The
opposition.
trust
Narrative
deficit
is
that
on
you
their
talk
side.
about,
The
Rajdeep,
situation
works
in
both ways.
Manipur was at the brink.
It works both ways.
Look, I think, for example, in the Rajya Sabha, an entire Rajya Sabha, the House of Elders session, barring the Delhi Services Bill, has gone completely to waste your and my taxpayers' money. and bills being passed, important bills like the data protection bill, with the two sides not having any discussion, repeated adjournments, because why? The opposition insisted the Prime Minister must come and speak on Manipur. I don't think that, to my mind, Rajya Sabha, once there was a vote of no confidence, they should have got together and said, look, the Prime Minister is going to speak in the Lok Sabha. We will discuss other issues. The problem is, it's all become about scoring points over each other. It's about mistrust for each other. And it is with one eye constantly on, how do I... on one-upmanship.
And also, the opposition basically knew that the Prime Minister won't come, so they tried to wash out the house.
Yeah, you haven't spoken. Then he speaks, they say, no, you're not speaking about Manipur. When he speaks about Manipur, but you started at the 96th minute. When he starts speaking in the 96th minute, they say, sorry, you're wearing an orange kurta. This is a ridiculous shifting of goalposts, which makes many people wonder whether this is not about Manipur. This is not about accountability. This is about, as you, Rajdeep, rightly said, it's become, because of this trust deficit, about political point scoring. There is a level of aggression that is going to only increase now as we get closer to 2024. But I am still wondering, it's a question that we unfortunately didn't have time to go into greatly, is Rahul Gandhi projecting himself in such a big way front and center? How does that fit in with the Team India's strategy of trying to localize this election? Because Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party seem to be...
It's our obsession around Rahul Gandhi.
It's the... Excuse me. Sorry.
Shiv, with due regard.
Is the Congress party not projecting Rahul Gandhi as the boss who's going to take on Modi?
Shiv, my limited point, and I think I said it the other day also, Democratic Newsroom sooner or later also has to start asking more harder questions to the government.
We did yesterday, sir. Come on.
Accountability of the government. I mean, every time it boils down, you see, look, let's assume Rahul Gandhi has lost 2 elections. He's not been able to prove himself as a vote catcher. But on Manipur, it is the government and the Home Ministry and the government in Imphal who have to answer the question.
I have to wrap it up because we're already out of time. Sorry, guys. But all I'm saying is, at the end of the day, we are a democracy. Politics only works if you are in power. It's about power. All the wonderful, wise things that the opposition says are going to mean nothing if they don't construct a real fight against this government. So in that context, does it make sense for this to become another Modi versus Rahul? The narrative has already become, even the Prime Minister was talking that about his third term, etc. Everybody, including you, Rajdeep, have written columns about how 2024 is a foregone conclusion. I have to wrap.
Let's end with something humorous.
Okay.
I sometimes wonder that if there is a Democratic Newsroom in 2034, Mr. Modi is 84, Rahul Gandhi is about 64, you and I are aged, and we'll be still discussing who gave the better speech, Modi or Rahul.
I can guarantee you we'll be doing it here on India Today. All of us will still be here. And that's the nature of the game. Democratic Newsroom, thank you so much for watching.
India today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
I watched the Prime Minister of India yesterday speaking for 2 hours, laughing, joking, lagawing naras in the parliament. The Prime Minister would say one line and the entire BJP would shout another nara. The Prime Minister seems to have forgotten that the state of Manipur is on fire and has been on fire for 4 months. Women and children are dying over there. People are being murdered. Women are being molested, are being raped. And the Prime Minister of India is sitting in the middle of the parliament shamelessly, laughing. This is not about Rahul Gandhi. This is not about the Congress party. This is not about the opposition, this is about India. It's about our country. A state has been decimated, it has been destroyed, it does not exist anymore. And it has happened because of the politics of the BJP. Divide and rule and burn. That is why in my speech I said, Bharat Mata has been murdered in Manipur.
राजद्रोह पर ये अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था। मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं, कंप्लीटली। यहां लोकतंत्र है, सबको बोलने का अधिकार है। राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं मान्यवर। और इस कानून में इसके साथ साथ अलगाव, सशस्त्र विद्रोह, विध्वंसक गतिविधियां, अलगाववाद, भारत की संप्रभुता, एकता को, अखंडता को चैलेंज करना, ये सब को कानून के अंदर किसी न किसी दाएं बाएं तोड़ मरोड़ कर जोड़ते थे। इसका कोई स्पेशल प्रोविजन नहीं था, टेररिज्म की व्याख्या ही नहीं थी। पहली बार अब इसकी व्याख्या हो रही है और जुड़ी संपत्ति को कुर्क करने का
The Congress party considers Karnataka as an ATM machine to fulfill its electoral ambitions, and in a very short span of less than 3 months, the state is unfortunately witnessing its most corrupt regime ever.
Surya, contractors are saying 26 months of non-payment. 26 months, which includes your government as well.
There was, because of the code of conduct and the last few months before the completion of the bills, these were all there. The new government could have immediately sanctioned these bills and cleared the bills. The grouse is not against the previous government, the grouse is against this present government, because this present government has the responsibility to clear the bills, which they are not doing. And on that place, they are harassing the contractors, demanding a ransom. This is extortion.
प्रधानमंत्री अभी तक ऐसी क्या जिद पर अड़े हैं, ऐसी क्या जिद पर अड़े हैं कि मणिपुर अब तक नहीं गए। मेरा दूसरा प्रश्न कि मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री को क्यों नहीं बर्खास्त किया, जिस मुख्यमंत्री के 3 महीने के कार्यकाल में लगभग 6 लाख गोलियां, लगभग 6000 हथियार पुलिस थानों से लूटकर निहत्थे लोगों पर आज गोलियां बरसाई जा रही हैं। ऐसे व्यर्थ मुख्यमंत्री को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने क्यों बर्खास्त नहीं किया।
चौधरी को निलंबित किया गया है।
को पावर्ड बाय न्यू हीरो जूम, गो बिग गो जूम। को पावर्ड बाय policybazaar.com, हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड। Jeep, there's only one.
कल प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पार्लियामेंट में 2 घंटे 13 मिनट भाषण किया। उसमें अंत में 2 मिनट उन्होंने मणिपुर की बात की।
A day after Narendra Modi's fiery speech in Parliament defending his government against the opposition's no confidence motion, Rahul Gandhi hits back at the Prime Minister.
कल प्रधानमंत्री
The Congress MP on Friday branded the Prime Minister a petty politician and accused him of mocking India in his 2-hour speech.
मणिपुर में महीनों से आग लगी हुई है, लोग मारे जा रहे हैं, बलात्कार हो रहा है, बच्चों को मारा जा रहा है। और अगर आपने देखा होगा कल, तो प्रधानमंत्री हंस हंस के बोल रहे थे, मुस्कुरा रहे थे, जोक्स क्रैक कर रहे थे, हंस रहे थे। ये उनको शोभा नहीं देता।
A combative Rahul also alleged that the Prime Minister was fueling the Manipur fire instead of trying to douse it.
It will take the Indian Army 2 days to put an end to the nonsense that is going on in Manipur. The Prime Minister refuses to stop the fire. He wants Manipur to burn.
Prime Minister in his speech had accused the Congress of politicizing the Manipur issue and running away from the debate, referring to the walkout by the opposition.
मैं आज बड़ी गंभीरता से कहना चाहता हूं, नॉर्थ ईस्ट की इन समस्याओं की कोई जननी है तो जननी एकमात्र कांग्रेस है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोग इसके लिए जिम्मेवार नहीं हैं, इनकी ये राजनीति जिम्मेवार है। कांग्रेस के प्रति
The Prime Minister also lashed out at Rahul for his Bharat Mata jibe, which the Congress leader repeated on Friday.
पता नहीं क्यों कुछ लोगों को भारत मां की मृत्यु की कामना करते नजर आ रहे हैं। दरअसल जो इनके मन में है वही उनके कृतित्व में सामने आ जाता है।
For the first time, the words Bharat Mata have been expunged from the parliament. It's an insult to those words. Whatever I said that is wrong. I have said Bharat Mata, which is an idea, which is the idea of India, where everybody lives peacefully, harmoniously, with affection, has been killed in Manipur. It's a fact.
While Congress allies don't want 2024 to be a Modi versus Rahul battle, the no confidence motion has probably ended up doing exactly that. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, we gave you a lowdown of what really happened through the monsoon session. Ultimately, what a discussion was supposed to be on Manipur eventually became a talking point of Rahul Gandhi versus Prime Minister Modi's direct face-off. I have with me joining us on the panel today, Dr. Shama Mohammed, a national spokesperson of the Congress. We also have Sanju Verma, who's a national spokesperson of the BJP. Sanjay Singh, the Aam Aadmi Party MP of the Rajya Sabha, who was suspended early on in the monsoon session. Thank you very much for joining us. Sanjay ji, aapko awaaz aa rahi hai?
आपकी आवाज बहुत इको कर रही है।
All right, if I could ask.
इसको ठीक करो।
ठीक है, मैं अभी आपके पास आऊंगी, but I'd like, could you please fix his line on that? All right, Shama, let me start with you. What we saw here in the last few weeks, the monsoon session was mostly a washout, we could say safely, because there was no fruitful discussion indeed that came out on the Manipur issue. The opposition moved a no-confidence motion on the Manipur issue, but it was shameful that we saw the opposition leaders itself walking out multiple times while the government, multiple representatives of the government were trying to make a point.
Okay, so let me ask you, what is the point what the Prime Minister made? It was, you know, I was upset, I was sad that such an important issue like Manipur, where women were raped, where there are 6,000 FIRs, where more than Thousands and thousands of people are homeless. Many houses burned down. More than 150 people killed. The Prime Minister of India for an hour and a half was mocking. He was laughing in Parliament. He was making jokes, and all the members of the Bharatiya Janata Party were laughing along with him. Is that what you call a speech? Is that what you call what is right? I mean, we are all pained at what is happening. We want this to stop. We know that 3 days ago, if they're saying that there is peace, 3 days ago, a gunman got into a house and killed a father and son, shot dead. They're saying it's the cookie who killed the Metis. My own leader, Rahul Gandhi ji, said today that when he went there, when he was going from a cookie area to a Methi area, the Metis have clearly said, don't bring the cookies. When you're going from the Metis to the cookie areas, they said, don't bring the Metis. The divide is huge. The Prime Minister of India, after that 1.5 hours, spoke for 3 minutes. This is what you call the Prime Minister's Samvedanshilta, what he feels for the country, for the people. What was that? I mean, I thought he would speak immediately and say, you know what, we need peace. All over the world, when there is internal strife, there's such a problem. The Prime Minister comes out, presidents come out, chancellors come out and say, we want peace. The Prime Minister of India came out after 80 days when a video went viral where 2 women were paraded naked. One was raped and one was the wife of a Kargil war hero who clearly said, you know what, was at the battlefield of Kargil. I was at the front line, but what I faced here is worse than that battlefield. We heard it from our army jawan. Was the Prime Minister of India there to console him? Was the Prime Minister of India to say a single word to him or to another jawan's wife?
We agree that this was, Manipur was at its brink.
I'm asking you that.
We agree with you that Manipur was at its brink, but what good would come out when the house is a complete washout? On both ends there is sloganeering, especially from the opposition's end. You could have come together to pass a resolution towards Manipur, unanimously done something together, collectively, for the sake of Manipur, but we saw nothing less than politics that played out even from the opposition side. You refuse to discuss the issue unless and until the Prime Minister is present.
India, in the history of that's what is the problem, because the Prime Minister did not speak outside Parliament. We wanted the Prime Minister not just to speak in Parliament, we wanted him to speak before. Since he refused to speak, we said he should speak now. Everybody speaks on it. And in the history of India, wait, shut your mouth. In the history of India, a no confidence motion, the Prime Minister of India, all no confidence motion sits for 3 days and listens to the opposition. You know that. That is what is the history. Why is this man, why does he just walk in like a hero 5 minutes before, like this guy, and then starts mocking Manipur?
All right.
Shame on the Prime Minister
Let me bring in Sanju Verma on this. Sanju, this was a jibe that was given by the opposition right from the start, that Prime Minister Modi is no Bhagwan. He is an elected representative himself, the Prime Minister of the country, and he is responsible to be in the Parliament and address the House.
Nabila, am I audible? Because, there's some problem with your audio.
Please go on.
Okay. First and foremost, this Congress panelist saying, shut your mouth, when all I said was that, I need my time. It just shows that she's frustrated, desperate, just like her leader, Rahul Gandhi, who has been booted out twice by the electorate in Lok Sabha 2014 and Lok Sabha 2019. So this madarsa bred bigot needs to zip it and you shut up. Okay? Shut up now, lady, and listen. Nabila, I will just say this. Look at the entire sequence of events in the last couple of weeks. First, they said Prime Minister needs to make a statement. When he did so outside the Parliament, they said it was just a 36-second long statement. Fine. Then they said that we want a discussion under Rule 267 and not Rule 176. Then, when Amit Shah said that on the 11th of August, I, beseech the opposition, we will answer every query of yours. We will have an exhaustive discussion. They chose not to cooperate. And if you notice, Amit Shah very categorically and exhaustively laid out all the steps. More than 50,000 people evacuated, buffer zones created, more than 14,898 people arrested, 9 of the key culprits accused of gang raping, that those 2 cookie women, they have been arrested, more than 1,100 FIRs made, more than 100 tons of food and fuel distributed to the cookies and Mighty communities via NH38 and NH39. 36,000 armed forces personnel deployed there to ensure peace and tranquility. But I just want to ask one thing, Nabila, because on your show, I'm sure that the BJP also has efforts MOE. While Justice Chandrachud has said that don't compare Manipur with any other state, I agree with it. But on your show, I want to ask, why is it every senior leader of BJP has condemned what happened to those two cookie women, including myself? I say nothing less than capital punishment. But look at the sheer hypocrisy of the Congress. Not once the lady called Priyanka Vadra, who said, "Ladki hu, lad sakti hu," who can fly to Hathras. When there was a gang rape in Karoli, Rahul Gandhi ke muh mein dahi jam gaya. When there was a gang rape in Jodhpur in Rajasthan, Rahul Gandhi ke muh mein dahi jam gaya. When a minor was raped in Bhilwara and again raped inside the hospital premises, Rahul Gandhi ke muh mein dahi jam gaya. When there were two sisters who were gang raped in Alwar in Rajasthan, with one of them 7.5 months pregnant, give me 10 seconds. Neither Rahul Gandhi, nor Sonia Gandhi, nor Priyanka Vadra even showered crocodile tears. So we don't need lessons on morality and women empowerment from a shabby and shoddy Congress party.
Absolutely agree with you on that. Sanju, agree with whatever you said, but to compare it at a time when Manipur is at the brink, when we're looking at over 150 deaths, 6,500 pending FIRs, lakhs of weapons that have been stolen that can be used against the army. It's a dire situation, a civil war-like situation in the state of Manipur, which is part of India. And instead of discussing the very situation in a state which is under your rule, we hear you shifting goalposts, speaking about Rajasthan, speaking about West Bengal and everything else except for the actual issue at hand.
You know, you did not allow me to complete. You've raised a valid concern.
I allowed you to complete.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm the last person to shoot and scoot like the opposition, which wanted a discussion but did not have the decency to wait for the Prime Minister to complete his speech. They staged a walkout. And by the way, Rahul Gandhi, who kept saying Manipur, 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 I barely saw him during discussions. Gaurav Gogoi, who moved the no confidence motion, when Om Birla asked at the end of Prime Minister's speech, do you want to reply? He chose not to reply. This is the kind of callous behavior showcased by the so-called top brass of the Congress. But I just want to say one thing to you, Nabila. I'm not going to sit here and say that Manipur is just an ethno-religious conflict, or it is a legacy issue, or it is a issue of infiltration from Myanmar. It is a cocktail of various things, including the war on narco-terror and the war against rampant poppy cultivation, which the Modi government has undertaken. But I want to come to the moot of it. If you notice, in every discussion on Manipur, there is one thing that the opposition says without fail.
Nabila, this is going on for too long.
I'll come to you, Shama.
Can I finish? Remove N. Biren Singh. I want to ask you, Nabila. Amit Shah on the floor of the House said that Article 356 has never been generously used by the Modi government. Under Vajpayee and Modi together, it has been used on 9 occasions, whereas Article 356 was used 7 times by Nehru, 6 times by Rajiv Gandhi, 49 times by Indira Gandhi, 10 times by Manmohan Singh, and 11 times by P.V. Narasimha Rao, 83 times. So we will not use Article 356. We will ensure that N. Biren Singh is held accountable and he's cooperating with the centre. So
how are you ensuring that the Chief Minister is held accountable? You have not asked for his resignation. He resigned and then tore the resignation, saying I will continue. He's clearly mishandled the entire situation in Manipur and still is unable to take responsibility for it. We've not heard one word of an apology or a statement where he's actually taken responsibility, neither from him, neither from you. No one from the BJP has taken responsibility for what has happened. The mishandling of Manipur, there's no one who's taken responsibility, and that's the fact. Stay with us. I will cut across to Shama. Shama, isn't this lost opportunity? You had the biggest opportunity to rake this up in a positive manner, at least, that would trickle down as some help for the people of Manipur, but instead we saw the entire monsoon session being a complete washout. At a time when you had to stay in the parliament and ask pertinent questions to the people in governance, you staged a walkout. You staged a walkout.
You are not here as a panelist, Nabila Jamal.
We have to do it because the Prime Minister, or just tell the lady to... Nabila, I can't have a discussion like this.
Please go on, Shama.
Article 350... Nabila, we walked out because the Prime Minister... I have shut your mouth. Now,
Shama,
the Prime Minister,
please.
The Prime Minister
can we please get to the conversation? Ms. Sanju, please give me a moment. Go on, Shama.
You asked me to speak, Nabila. That's
yes,
why
please
I'm
go
speaking.
on. Please
now,
go
what is
on.
Wrong? I didn't speak when she was speaking. So Article 356 was there in Uttarakhand in 2016. For what? They change chief ministers when elections happen. Yedurappa in Karnataka. They change Rupani in Gujarat. 3 chief ministers in Uttarakhand. But when there is strife and they know that their own MLA Haukip said, you know what he said? Please tell Biren Singh to rein in his Meiti militias. And he also said, this is a BJP MLA, if Mr. Narendra Modi did not see that video, or if the video did not become viral, the Prime Minister of India would not have spoken. It's not us. 8 or 10 of the BJP Meiti MLAs have gone to PMO and said they have lost faith in Biren Singh. Let's understand
No,
one
we
very
know that
important thing.
they've also pulled back from the alliance. The Koki alliance has pulled out. We know all of that. We know all of that. But where was the strong footing from the opposition apart from sloganeering, shouting and screaming inside the parliament? There wasn't a proper, a comprehensive debate or a discussion that would actually trickle down as help to the people of Manipur.
Nabila, you did not interrupt.
It was more or less political positioning for the India bloc.
Nabila, you did not interrupt her. This is not fair. If you want a fair debate, let me speak. And on top of that, the CBI is probing. She's asking about. She was talking about Rajasthan. She was talking about other things. Let me just tell her. No, Nabila has been stopped from going to Rajasthan. Arrests have been made in Rajasthan. The thing here is, Chief Justice there is CBI probe going on. What did he do? He put a senior police officer to monitor the CBI probe and report to him. That means the Chief Justice, the Supreme Court has lost faith in the central government as well as the state government. But they refuse to ask Biren Singh to step down. That is the thing. Who is accountable over here? Where is the accountability here?
All right, let me take that to Sanju Verma.
The Prime Minister of India yesterday.
You can respond.
The Prime Minister of India yesterday, the Prime Minister of India, one last point, the Prime Minister of India yesterday said, yesterday the Prime Minister of India said, Indira Gandhi attacked the people of Mizoram. Indira Gandhi attacked the Mizo National Front, who on March 1st, 1966 said they want a separate country. And Mrs. Gandhi in 15 days got us back. So the Prime Minister of India has lied in Parliament.
Sanju Verma, your turn. Please respond.
Lied in Parliament. The Prime Minister.
Sanju, please respond.
Thank you.
Please respond.
Nabila,
Go on.
Yes, I'm coming. I heard you, Nabila. Let me speak now. Let me be very clear. Whether, Shama Muhammad likes it or not, I don't care 2 hoots. It is a fact that on the 5th of March and on the 6th of March 1966, thanks to Indira Gandhi's incompetence and insensitivity, the Indian Air Force was forced to attack the people of Mizoram on their own homeland, and nothing can be more shameful than that. And for the Congress party, Nabila, which tells that the Prime Minister was laughing and joking, excuse me, your Rahul Gandhi is so shameless. He was throwing a flying case. He was throwing a flying case.
A separate state.
Nabila, I refuse to debate. When she was making a point, I did not interject.
Nabila,
can you take me on screen alone? I refuse to debate.
We hear you. Shama, you've got to give Sanju Verma a moment to respond. Sanju, please go on. And I'd also like to add a question, Sanju, since you're in a spirited mood to debate on the matter. There are so many suspensions within the opposition. We saw many of the opposition party netas being suspended. We had Sanjay Verma, in fact, joining us, but unfortunately we lost his connection. But at that question there is on what is the real structure when it comes to suspending MPs in the House. If you don't have opposition netas and those especially asking pertinent questions being suspended, then how are you going to have a proper debate on an issue as important as Manipur?
I will answer that, but Nabila, I need my time. I just have this to say. In 20 seconds, this is a very sensitive topic. I'll come to your question. You asked, what has the government done for Manipur? Please let us not forget, Nabila. I am saying, yes, what happened in the last 3 months, that is unfortunate. But Manipur became a state on the 21st of January 1972. And in the last 6 years, ever since the BJP came to power in Manipur in 2017, they've been the most peaceful years. In 2010-11, for 149 days at a stretch, there was curfew. Then we had the Congress government at the center. And I want to ask one question to you, Nabila. Who signed the Assam Accord? In 1985, Rajiv Gandhi was the PM. When was Mizo Accord signed in 1986 when Rajiv Gandhi was the PM? When was Tripura Accord signed in 1988 when Rajiv Gandhi was the PM? When was the Bodo Accord signed in 1993 when P.G. Narasimha Rao was the PM? Now, what happened was that all these accords were signed by erstwhile incompetent Congress leaders, but they failed to fulfill anything that was ingrained in these accords by way of giving rights to either the indigenous Mizo people, either the indigenous Assamese people, or the indigenous Tripuri people. You know, why is it that this, Nabila, the moment I start speaking, you get
I have barely 30 seconds. I have barely 30 seconds.
I want to finish what I was saying.
10 seconds, Sanju. Make your last point, please.
Sanju,
Nabila, this is not fair. I did not get my time to speak. You
have 30 seconds. I have 30 seconds. Sanju, make your point. I'm going to go to Shama.
You gave her a free run. Thank you. Nabila, let me finish. I want to tell through your show to everybody who's watching you, Nabila, and Rahul Gandhi, the incompetent Congress heir needs to know that the first goods train reached Manipur thanks to Narendra Modi. The first broad gauge in Assam happened thanks to Narendra Modi. 5 lakh households in Manipur are getting electricity.
My apologies, Sanju. My apologies, Sanju. We are short on time. And Shama Mohammed, I'm sorry I couldn't take a last word on this. We're really short on time on this. But it's a fact that the weeks of the monsoon session went by in a complete washout. Of course, when we speak of who won the no confidence motion, no doubt the BJP, without the NDA allies, had its numbers. But this was political positioning. It was less about Manipur, more about the fight to 2024. Thank you very much for watching.
राहुल, आपने बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री ने बोला सदन में कि गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने विस्तार से जवाब दे दिया। अमित शाह साहब ये कहते हैं कि मणिपुर के सीएम को हटाने की जरूरत इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि उन्होंने हमारी पूरी बात सुनी और वो कभी भी कोई हमने डीजीपी चेंज किया, डीजीपी चेंज कर दिया, उन्होंने जो भी प्रशासनिक व्यवस्था हम चेंज करना चाहते थे, इसलिए मणिपुर सीएम को हटाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
जब मैं मणिपुर गया, मणिपुर सीएम ने जो मणिपुर में हजारों वेपन्स जो लूटे गए, वो मणिपुर सीएम के नीचे ही हुआ। तो क्या अमित शाह चाहते थे कि ये हजारों वेपन्स लूटे जाएं? हाँ संजय।
राहुल जी,
जो हिंसा चल रही है, क्या अमित शाह चाहते हैं कि हिंसा चलती जाए? चीफ मिनिस्टर उसको रोक नहीं पा रहा है। अमित शाह जी कह रहे हैं कि भैया वो हमारी बात मान रहा है, तो क्या आप चाहते हैं कि मणिपुर चलता जाए?
संगठित अपराध के लिए एक नया प्रावधान हम इसके अंदर जोड़ रहे हैं, जो अंतरराज्य गैंग और संगठित अपराध है, इसके विरुद्ध एक अलग प्रकार की कठोर सजा का प्रावधान। गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है, जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान हमने तय किया है कि सेशन कोर्ट के जज ड्यू प्रोसीजर के बाद जिसको भगोड़ा घोषित करेंगे, उसकी अनुपस्थिति में ट्रायल होगी और उनको सजा भी सुनाई। दुनिया में वो कहीं पर भी छिपके सजा सुनाई जाए। मान्यवर, इससे बहुत बड़ा फर्क पड़ने वाला है और वो सजा के खिलाफ अपील करना है तो न्याय की शरण में आए, अपने आप को भारतीय कानूनों की शरण में लाए और अदालत के सामने जाए तो हाईकोर्ट में चैलेंज करें।
मैं क्या कर सकते हैं, मेरे बात को अगर सही ढंग से ना सुना जाए और उनकी व्याख्या ठीक ढंग से ना किया जाए तो इसमें मेरा कोई कसूर? राजा जब अंधा होते हैं, मान लीजिए अंधे धृतराष्ट्र, तब द्रौपदी को वस्त्रहरण होते हैं हस्तिनापुर में। राजा जब भी अंधे रहते, द्रौपदियों को वस्त्रहरण होना तय होते हैं, जैसे कि हस्तिनापुर में हुई थी, आज मणिपुर में हो रहे हैं। इसका मतलब मैं किसी व्यक्तिगत रूप से हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री के अपमान करने के लिए नहीं किया, मैं उदाहरण नजीर की तौर पे, जैसे कि हम लोग कहते हैं कि मणिपुर में आग लगे हैं और सम्राट नीरव बांसुरी बजा रहे हैं, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि प्रधानमंत्री की अपमान कर रहे हैं। एक नजीर की तरह, एक उदाहरण की तरह, एक मेटाफोरिकली ये कही जाता।
Congress is not saying any word. They are not ready to raise the issue in the floor of the assembly. So Congress and CPM there is a tacit understanding to cover up the corruption charges against Pinarayi Vijayan and her daughter and his daughter. So Bharatiya Janata Party in Kerala, we are going to launch a strong fight against this understanding. Congress and CPM are the same coin from same side of one coin. So we are strongly opposing the dirty move by the LDF and the UDF.
So they were trying to legalize this black money and they were trying to make it as white money. But unfortunately the finding of the settlement bodies that is very clear that they have not given any solution. So we think that it will come under the provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act. So the concerned agencies has to initiate cases against the concerned persons, including the Chief Minister, under the provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act.
UNESCO has recommended Venice to be added under World Heritage in Danger list ahead of its 45th meet that is to be held in September. Climate change and over-tourism are some major issues for which Venice has been recommended under the danger list. Take a look.
The United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization has recommended that one of the most popular and fragile tourist destinations of Italy, Venice, be added to its list of World Heritage in Danger, a designation that is given when a vulnerable heritage site is in need of support. The recommendation to put Venice on the World Heritage in Danger list was made by UNESCO and its advisory body experts ahead of the 45th session of the agency's World Heritage Committee meet, which will be held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in September this year. Mass tourism, development projects and climate change are some major reasons behind UNESCO's recommendation to put Venice under the danger list. According to the organization, these issues are causing deterioration and damage to the building structures and to the urban areas, degrading the cultural and social identity of the property and threatening the integrity to its cultural, environmental, landscape attributes and values. UNESCO has asked the Italian government to ensure that utmost attention is given to Venice and its long-standing problems should be addressed that have been causing damage to the city. Over-tourism in Venice has been a serious issue. Venice is one of the places that is currently designated as a World Heritage Site because of its outstanding universal value, cultural and natural offerings. With Neha Kumari, Bureau Report, India Today.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Laminates by Manish Malhotra, Fashion for Your Furniture. Co-presented by Macho Hind, Bade Aaram Se. Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the Badass Reborn. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. Her family hogi insured. Co-powered by Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free.
Good evening and welcome. You are watching the Political Stock Exchange. I'm Rahul Gandhi. So who won the big no confidence motion in the eyes of the Indian voter? The results of the India Today Sea Voter Snap poll on the big no confidence motion debate coming up on this week's Political Stock Exchange.
Who won the no trust war? Team India versus Team NDA. Who's ahead in run-up to 2024? First opinion poll, post-parliament debate. Political Stock Exchange.
Before we dive into the results of the Political Stock Exchange, here's a look at the headlines today. After a fiery parliament face-off, Rahul Gandhi targets the Prime Minister again, accuses him of mocking Manipur. BJP says the Congress MP is lighting the fire of hatred. Showdown over Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's suspension. India MPs boycott the last day of Lok Sabha proceedings. AAP MP Raghav Chadha suspended from the Rajya Sabha. Amit Shah introduces bills to overhaul India's criminal justice system. Death for raping minor and mob lynching under new provisions. Home Minister says sedition law will be repealed soon. Commission charge hits the Siddaramaiah Sarkara. Bengaluru contractors allege their dues have not been paid. BJP says Congress ministers are seeking 55% commission. Deputy Chief Minister Shiv Kumar assures probe. Madras High Court slams fast-tracked acquittal of DMK Minister Ponmudi. High Court Chief Justice exposes shocking attempt to let off a Stalin minister. Rahul Gandhi tried to make it round 3 of the Rahul versus Modi duel. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi launched a fresh attack on the Prime Minister in a press conference in Delhi. He attacked the PM for his response on Manipur in Parliament.
कल प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पार्लियामेंट में 2 घंटे 13 मिनट भाषण किया. उसमें अंत में 2 मिनट उन्होंने मणिपुर की बात की.
A day after Narendra Modi's fiery speech in Parliament defending his government against the opposition's no confidence motion, Rahul Gandhi hits back at the Prime Minister.
कल प्रधानमंत्री
The Congress MP on Friday branded the Prime Minister a petty politician and accused him of mocking India in his 2-hour speech.
मणिपुर में महीनों से आग लगी हुई है. लोग मारे जा रहे हैं. बलात्कार हो रहा है. बच्चों को मारा जा रहा है. और अगर आपने देखा होगा कल तो प्रधानमंत्री हंस-हंस के बोल रहे थे, मुस्कुरा रहे थे, जोक्स क्रैक कर रहे थे, हंस रहे थे. ये उनको शोभा नहीं देता.
A combative Rahul also alleged that the Prime Minister was fueling the Manipur fire instead of trying to douse it.
It will take the Indian Army 2 days to put an end to the nonsense that is going on in Manipur. The Prime Minister refuses to stop the fire. He wants Manipur to burn.
Prime Minister in his speech had accused the Congress of politicizing the Manipur issue and running away from the debate, referring to the walkout by the opposition.
मैं आज बड़ी गंभीरता से कहना चाहता हूं, नॉर्थ ईस्ट की इन समस्याओं की कोई जननी है तो जननी एकमात्र कांग्रेस है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोग इसके लिए जिम्मेवार नहीं हैं, इनकी ये राजनीति जिम्मेवार है। कांग्रेस के प्रति
The Prime Minister also lashed out at Rahul for his Bharat Mata jibe, which the Congress leader repeated on Friday.
पता नहीं क्यों कुछ लोगों को भारत मां की मृत्यु की कामना करते नजर आ रहे हैं। दरअसल जो इनके मन में है वही उनके कृतित्व में सामने आ जाता है।
For the first time, the words Bharat Mata have been expunged from the parliament. It's an insult to those words. Whatever I said that is wrong. I have said Bharat Mata, which is an idea, which is the idea of India, where everybody lives peacefully, harmoniously, with affection, has been killed in Manipur. It's a fact.
While Congress allies don't want 2024 to be a Modi versus Rahul battle, the no confidence motion has probably ended up doing exactly that. Bureau Report, India Today.
Who won the big no confidence motion debate in Parliament is known. What's not known is how did the voters of India respond and react to what went on in Parliament. C-Voter, all through the day today, sampled 3,767 people in this catty telephonic snap poll. I'll put out the results for the first time on this week's edition of the Political Stock Exchange. Let's take you through the results one by one. Joining me, my colleague, India Today's consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai, with us also the lead cephalogist at C-Voter, Yashwant Deshmukh. He and his team working through the night and then through the day putting these results together. So let's get started. We'll have leaders from both parties joining us as well. Supriya Shirnath from the Congress is with us. Gaurav Bhatia from the Bharatiya Janata Party will be with us as well. So let's take question number one. Was the India Alliance correct in bringing the no confidence motion? Remember, so far we've seen the pyrotechnics in Parliament. What we don't know is what does the Indian Janata think? What do the people think? So here it is for the first time. Question number one. Was the India Alliance right in bringing the no confidence motion? Just 33% of the respondents say yes. Just 33% of the respondents. 46% of opposition voters say yes, but just 33% of the overall respondents. 51% of the respondents say no. The India Alliance at this stage should not have brought this no confidence motion. Rajdeep, straight off the bat, question number one, it just seems on the premise of the no confidence motion itself, Supriya Shirnath's party in the India Alliance don't seem to enjoy the people's support.
Look, we've seen this, Rahul, in poll after poll in recent times, barring the exception of August 2021, in the post-COVID era, Narendra Modi enjoys a high degree of trust. So when you bring in a no confidence motion against Mr. Modi, you've got to make sure that it's on an issue that's going to resonate far and wide. Let's be honest, I'm glad that Parliament debated Manipur. It brought the Northeast on the national consciousness. But the Northeast, sadly, is not India. Manipur is not India. There will be parts of the country where the issues are very different and where Mr. Modi, it appears, at least from the poll, continues to enjoy a very high level of popularity. So when you ask the question, is the India Alliance right in bringing a no confidence motion? By and large, you would think that those who are supporters of Narendra Modi have said no. So it's a thumbs down from Mr. Modi's supporters, even as those who are possibly anti-Modi, and there is a as you can see, there is a sizable group there as well, not as big as the other side, but 36% will say, the opposition should have brought it. So, the fact is, I think we are in a polarized polity where Mr. Modi enjoys a very high degree of trust. That's very clear, which is why the opposition is finding it so difficult to, in a way, break down this sort of larger-than-life image of Mr.
Even
Modi.
1/3 of the opposition's voters, those who identified in this poll as being opposition voters, don't agree with the premise of bringing a no-confidence motion. The first data set suggests that only 33% of the overall respondents even agree that there should have been a no-confidence motion at this stage against the government. Supriya?
No, I disagree with your premise, and I'll tell you why. If you see the tables, and I hope you can hear me.
I hear you well. Go on, please. I hear you.
No, I disagree with your premise, because if you see the tables, and we read charts and tables in all our previous avatars, the 66% is an aberration, and those are NDA voters, and that really topples the apple cart so much so in NDA's favor. But the reality is, this is not about right or wrong. This was the only way to get Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who chose not to appear in the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha even once, to come and speak on Manipur. So what? He spoke for 2 hours, 13 minutes, and spoke on Manipur only for 2 minutes. So what? He did the what about me. So what? He disrespected the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force for their efforts in 1966 and 1974. So what? He did all of this. But the reality is, this was the only way to make the Prime Minister break his silence on Manipur, a studious silence. His apathy is for everybody to see. There was a sentence that the Prime Minister said, and I did not want to put it out, but now that it's on social media, I will just repeat it here. The Prime Minister, while replying, saying, "Wahi ghisi piti baatein." That's what he said, and I can play it for you. Ghisi piti baatein. Manipur aapke liye ghisi piti baatein hain. 100 din se jal raha hai Manipur. You chose to make a rare appearance, and that too for 2 minutes. That's all that he spoke on. 2 minutes for Manipur.
So the next question is the point that Supriya is making. The Congress's argument is that this was the only way to get the PM to speak on Manipur. So I want to go across and show you the results of the second question. Was the no confidence motion the only way of forcing the Prime Minister to speak on Manipur? Here are the results on your screen right now on this key point made by the India Alliance. So the question is, was this the only way of making the Prime Minister to speak on Manipur? 42% of the respondents say yes, this was the only way. 43% of the respondents say no. So very divided on whether this was the only way to get the Prime Minister to speak on Manipur or not. So on this question, let me go across to Yashwant Deshmukh, because Supriya can argue that your poll is polarized along political lines. This isn't necessarily, you know, your middle of the road, undecided voters. These are voters across the political spectrum, and because 31% plus vote for the BJP, therefore this poll, even in the beginning, is skewed against the Congress and the India Alliance, and therefore in all the responses, the BJP and the Prime Minister come up trumps. How do you respond to that, Yashwant Deshmukh?
Well, it's a representative sample. So, I mean, obviously, if the public is divided or polarized in the political lines, they will answer it in the same way. You know, it's not an NGO work. Politics is not an NGO work. People are divided, and they will answer in the political line the way they have to. It is the same set of people, Rahul Gandhi asked.
The argument is that that's how the country is. I mean, it is divided and the poll captures the division. So that I don't think is a fair criticism, because you're not supposed to go only to the middle of the road swing voter. You go to a representative sample, which is what Yashwant and the team have done.
No, my sense though is Rahul, from these numbers, clearly a large number of people have high trust in the Prime Minister and therefore question why there is a no confidence motion. However, a substantial number, and much higher here, say this was the only way. The only way to get the Prime Minister to speak on Manipur was to bring a no confidence motion. So it's to my mind, the opposition can hold on to that and say, look, this is what we've been telling you, that for 77 days it required a viral video for the Prime Minister to make one short statement outside Parliament. He was not speaking inside, so we had to bring in a no confidence motion. So if this is about perception, and this no confidence motion, Rahul, was about perception, not numbers, I think perception is at one level something that the opposition also has a little bit to cling on to, some straws.
No, but they do, even empirically. 31% vote for the BJP, 42% say this was the only way to get the PM to speak on Manipur. So 11% extra are saying that this was the only way to drag them in. 43% are saying no, this wasn't the only way to get the PM to speak on Manipur.
So the BJP can hang on to the fact that your majority of the people in this poll are saying you shouldn't have brought a no confidence motion. It's not necessary. You don't really need a no confidence motion. But a large number of people are also saying the only way to get the Prime Minister to speak is to have a no confidence motion. So both sides in a way have got something to build on their own respective narratives.
So Jeeta Kaun, who benefited more from the no confidence motion? Coming up on your screen now, 40% of the overall respondents say that NDA was the beneficiary. They think that NDA won the day. The India Alliance, 13% of the respondents say India Alliance won, 36% say neither, no one won. But 40%, the biggest number there, Gaurav Bhatia seemed to have thought that NDA won, not just in terms of numbers, but in terms of the opinion amongst the Indian voters. 40% of the respondents seem to believe that NDA benefited more from this no confidence motion. Gaurav Bhatia.
Rahul, can I comment?
Yes, the question is to you, so you must.
Yeah, thank you. Rahul, for a moment I thought that Rahul Kanwal as an anchor thinks that NDA under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji is so well positioned that you don't even need to go to the BJP spokesperson. And you know the outcome of the 2024 elections, where we will again have a, huge victory over the so-called INDIA, the Ghamandia. But I must say this, I'll come to your question as well and the survey that you have posed. Let me make it very clear, nothing is divided. India is firmly standing behind Shri Narendra Modi ji, and there is a reason. Narendra Modi ji, when he spoke on the floor of the House, he was statesmanlike. He did say that this is very unfortunate, but at the same time, 2-3 things that he said will resonate with every well-meaning citizen. 1, he said, what has happened has put the entire country to shame. 2, justice will be ensured for the victims. And 3, Manipur will be back on the path of prosperity and development soon. This is the healing touch that a leader of Narendra Modi ji's stature could have provided. Second, what did Rahul Gandhi do? Rahul Gandhi further dented his image as an immature, part-time, irresponsible leader. And I say this with some responsibility. You don't say, Bharat Mata ki hatya hui hai. That is unacceptable, because our democracy is the world's strongest democracy. There might be aberrations, there might be moments which would force us to reflect, but it doesn't mean that India is dead. Second, to call Prime Minister Rawal and to say he is Dhritarashtra like Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary did, I think only shows that there is no substance in the arguments that the opposition was placing on the floor of the House. It wasn't a very meaningful discussion. The only numbers, authentic data, the future course came from the Treasury benches. Third, if you look at your survey now, look at the difference between the gain for the NDA and the gain for the Ghamandia. The NDA 40.2% feel that, it is to the advantage of the NDA after the discussion on the floor of the House. Compare this with 12.9% for the Ghamandia, a difference of almost 27%. That's a huge difference, and this would amplify once the polls are nearer, because people of India feel that Narendra Modi ji is that one leader who will take the country forward.
So I want to come to the next question, which is which leader benefited the most from this no confidence motion? Because this was really an opportunity in the view of the Congress leadership for Rahul Gandhi to hit a few punches and to up his political stock. Did that succeed? So this is the data from the Sea Water poll. who benefited from the no confidence motion? 48% of the overall respondents say Prime Minister Modi was the biggest beneficiary. 20% of the respondents say Rahul Gandhi was the biggest beneficiary. Amit Shah at 6, Gaurav Gogoi at 4, and then you've got Smriti Irani at 1%. So, Yashwant Deshmukh, it's very clear from your data that 50% of the respondents seem to think that Prime Minister Modi was the biggest beneficiary. Rahul Gandhi at 20. How does this compare with his overall popularity rating?
I think this is pretty much in line with the overall tracker ratings that we have been moving on. You know, if you will add Amit Shah numbers and, Amit Shah number and Smriti Irani other BJP numbers with the Prime Minister, I think this is where his ratings in the 40s and the 50s, they continue to be. And same goes with Rahul Gandhi ji, that, his ratings in the 20s, that they continue to be. I think he has repaired a lot of his ratings after, Bharat Jodo Yatra and Karnataka victory. And even if this parliament session is included, I think the contrast is looking big between Prime Minister and Rahul Gandhi, no doubt. But as far as Rahul Gandhi's personal ratings are concerned, I think he has repaired them a lot from the drastically low rating that went down in 3 years after 2019
but Rahul Srivastava, there are two ways of looking at it. One, of course, his stock had fallen to the bottom of the barrel and therefore he's now come up a little. But there still is a gap of day and night between the Prime Minister and Rahul Gandhi in terms of where they stack. So it really depends on whether you want to see this glass half empty or half full. He's still a mile away from matching the popularity of the Prime Minister or coming anywhere close.
Rahul, if you see the first 3 to 4 points which we have taken, one, yes, there is a Narendra Modi image factor, very critical. Then also, it has got the factor that among NDA voters, Modi enjoys such a wide popularity that it takes away, if you cut out the averages, then you have Modi very popular. But I think point one, majority don't agree that the confidence motion was needed. The second, I think if you see, a story also emerges that the opposition failed to amplify its own agenda. If it had been able to amplify that agenda, perhaps there would have been more consciousness about it. Because if you see point number 2, that there is a difference between yes and no on the issue of, on the second issue, then it means somewhere that the opposition has been able to tell the public that Prime Minister Modi does not attend the House. On the attendance issue, you have got the gap which is closer. That means some agenda, if the opposition does amplify well, does create the right amount of resonance for it, the public does pay attention. Yes, the public is indifferent a lot to what happens in Parliament. But I think how you carry yourself out, I think the opposition missed a trick as far as its own Manipur agenda and making PM speak is concerned.
On that question of looking at the difference between Prime Minister Modi and Rahul Gandhi at this moment, Yashwant says Rahul has improved relative to how low he'd fallen, but there still is a massive gap between those who thought Modi won and those who thought Rahul won, a 28% gap. That's massive.
You see, the fact is, that question is looking at a situation where Mr. Modi is at his strongest, i.e. the floor of Parliament. Mr. Modi is, whichever side of the political divide you are, when it comes to the power of communication, he's a terrific communicator.
You're saying he's strongest there. Where is Rahul stronger than Modi?
No. You see, if it's a leadership contest inside Parliament between Rahul Gandhi, the Speaker, and Mr. Modi, the Speaker, it's possibly a no contest. But let's also be clear that when it comes to narratives, and we are seeing a bit of that in this poll, that the Prime Minister was not speaking on Manipur. When you look at those narratives, the sub-narratives beyond the two personalities, I think the opposition also has a story out there. So I think this poll suggests that the opposition had an opportunity to, as Rahul Srivastava says, amplify the narrative. Maybe they were less successful in that because they didn't have the kind of strong communicators that the government had. The government had 15 speakers in this no confidence motion, 2 of whom, the Prime Minister and Amit Shah, spoke for more than 2 hours each. The opposition has relative lightweights. I mean, Rahul Gandhi, in a sense, is the most recognizable face within the opposition ranks today in the Lok Sabha. By even Gaurav Gogoi. Is Gaurav Gogoi a recognized face pan-India? No, he's not. Can he compare with an Amit Shah? No, he cannot. Can a Rahul Gandhi as a communicator compare with Narendra Modi? No, he cannot. The opposition's
Can I please
opportunity
come
is amplify narratives.
Okay,
Focus
so
on
Supriya
issues on muddas.
just one by one. Supriya Shirnet, Yashwant Deshmukh says Rahul has recovered from the low to which he'd fallen. That's a positive. The negative is Prime Minister Modi is still winning by a mile.
No, I'll tell you the story about Prime Minister Modi and listen to it carefully and please do not interrupt me. That's all that I will ask for you. I will take a minute to explain that story. The Prime Minister is the most, like Rajdeep and others have been saying on the show, he's a master communicator. But you know where is he a master communicator? Never within the House. In election rallies. He's never a master communicator within the House because in the House, the number of debates that the Prime Minister has participated in are only 8, including the one last evening. Whereas for Prime Ministers before him, the average has been 25. The number of speeches he has given on an average every year within the House are only at 15. The average for Prime Ministers before him have been 30. So he does not like to communicate in the House. What master communication are we talking about? The man who spoke for 133 minutes and found 2 minutes from 6:44 p.m. to 6:46 to be precise. I also want to raise a very important point here. The very premise of this debate is wrong. And I will tell you why. This was never about the no confidence motion. This was never about the numbers. This was never about toppling the government. This was about putting Manipur in the focus. And I think as a united opposition, as India, we stand vindicated. The Prime Minister who chose not to speak for 78 days had to finally come to the House. It's an interesting day that we are talking about this today. Today is the 100th day of the Manipur violence. There are only 3 questions that continue to plague all our minds. Why did Prime Minister Modi not visit Manipur for 100 days? Why was he quiet for 78 days? And why does Biren Singh continue to be the Chief Minister? 35 police
so Gaurav Bhatia, Supriya Shirnet's argument is our plan was to get the attention.
Let me please finish.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Come on. This is what sort of a show is this?
Okay.
That's your problem, Rahul. When somebody is speaking, you just have to interfere. It's okay. You go ahead. Forget it. Just go ahead.
You spoke for so long. Don't be unfair. You went on and on. At some point in time, I had to come in. Gaurav Bhatia,
just go ahead.
Respond to Supriya Shirnet's argument.
I asked for 1.5 minutes and I spoke for 1.5 minutes.
You asked for 1 minute. I gave you 1.5 minutes. Anyway, doesn't matter. So just 1 second. Gaurav Bhatia, Supriya's argument is we forced the government to speak on Manipur. We forced the government to speak on Manipur. We brought attention on Manipur. That is the opposition's victory. That is India's victory. Respond to that. Gaurav Bhatia.
India's real victory is that Rahul Gandhi yet again has been proven wrong because on foreign soil he said democracy in India is dead. If we are having a meaningful discussion inside the parliament, that means the democracy is alive. It is up and kicking. And therefore Rahul Gandhi is proven wrong. But I am focusing on your survey, Rahul. And after the results are seen, Gamandia is not right in bringing the no confidence motion. It is clear from the first question that you've asked. The second one, the no confidence motion wasn't the only way to ensure the PM speaks on the floor of the House, and the reason is very simple. Under Rule 167, when Amit Shah ji said there would be no time limit and the focus would have been only on Manipur, then I think the opposition lost out on a golden opportunity to just focus on the Manipur issue, and they actually increased the scope of the discussion by bringing a no confidence motion. Third, your survey also reflects that it is the NDA which has benefited the most out of the discussion that has taken place on the no confidence motion. And when we compare Narendra Modi ji with Rahul Gandhi, there is no comparison whatsoever. And in reality, there is no comparison.
I challenge you to do that.
मैं एक शेर कह के खत्म करूंगा अपनी बात. ना मैं गिरा, प्लीज आस्क हर टू बी क्वाइट एंड बी सिविलाइज्ड. मैं एक कपलेट सुनाना चाहता हूं. ना मैं गिरा, ना मेरी उम्मीदों के मीनार गिरे, लेकिन मुझे गिराने में कुछ लोग 100 बार गिरे. यही हाल है राहुल गांधी का और कांग्रेस पार्टी का. नरेंद्र मोदी जी will again
Okay, Supriya Shinde, if you have a couplet, I'm coming back to you. Supriya, if you have a couplet, I'm coming back to you immediately. Otherwise, I'm going to go to some data and come back to you while you think of a share to counter what Gaurav Bhatia just said. Okay, here is the next question coming up on the screen right now. Did the government successfully defend itself against the charges of the opposition? So was the government successful in defending against the charges leveled against it? 57% of the respondents say yes. 30% of the respondents say no. So they think the government did defend itself against the charges. How do you, I want to come to the Bharat Mata statement of Rahul Gandhi. What do people think about Rahul Gandhi's statement that Bharat Mata was murdered? Here is the response. 56% of the respondents say no. That's much more, remember, than the number of people who vote for the BJP or the NDA. 34% think that statement is right. If I read the data for what it says, Yashwant Deshmukh, Rahul Gandhi should probably not have said that Bharat Mata has been killed in Manipur, or even if he did, at least he hasn't been able to swing public opinion in his favor.
You see, Rahul, it's not just one statement. If you remember the earlier snap polls on Manipur issue, all of the India was really upset and angry and was very clearly saying, you remember that number where almost like 70% of even BJP supporters said that either you put a president's rule in Manipur or you sack the chief minister. That was the level of the anger on the issue of the Manipur after those videos, got viral of gang rape and all those atrocities. However, when you tap into that kind of anger of public, including the NDA voters, after that, I think I was expecting the numbers to be way more anger, way more in different way after this debate. But if they are not coming in that way, that means somewhere down the line, I think the opposition actually missed the opportunity, as Rahul just said, that, they should have actually gone ahead and participated in the discussion on Manipur, probably to tap into that rather than just coming up with
respondents in this poll
motion.
think Rahul Gandhi's comment on Bharat Mata being murdered in Manipur is wrong. He said what he said, but people don't seem to have bought his argument. They think he shouldn't have said this.
He absolutely should have said it, and he shoshould say it even more forcefully now, and I will tell you why. What is Bharat Mata? Bharat Mata kya hai? Nadi hai, nale hai, khet hai, khalyan hai, baag hai, bagiche hai, ped hai, pallav hai. What is Bharat Mata? Bharat Mata are the people of this country. People like you, people like me, our brothers and sisters in Manipur. 160 of whom are dead, 60,000 of them displaced, 5,000 of those houses burnt down. That's Bharat Mata. And the Prime Minister chooses to laugh in the Lok Sabha. He has the audacity to actually stand there and do indulgent sloganeering.
No, but what you are saying is not linked to the data. On the data, I am saying that 56% of the respondents think that he is wrong.
Can I respond?
But ma'am, what you are saying is not linked to the data. The data is telling you 56% of the respondents think that he shouldn't have said this.
Rahul, just listen to me now. Rahul, you listen to me now. I also want to point out the data to you. I spoke for 46 seconds. You cut me. 2 minutes, 1 second is how the BJP spokesperson spoke. This is the data. I have a stopwatch here. So please don't call us for shows if you have to constantly intervene. I'm making a point. Let me finish it. Otherwise, I can leave and you anyways have everybody else to do a discussion. Whoever else can represent the Congress, because nobody on this panel certainly can. I have a very simple point to make. And that point is, this is not...
Okay, Gaurav, let us speak. Gaurav, before she accuses me of doing an Om Birla, let us speak. Gaurav, let's be fair. Otherwise, she'll keep saying, your face was on camera for so long, I didn't get to speak. Let us speak. Let's be fair.
Time.
No, let us speak. Let us speak, please. Supriya Shinde, please go ahead.
Absolutely. Let us.
The reality, Rahul Kanwal and everybody else on this panel, is that when my leader spoke for 15 minutes 42 seconds in the Lok Sabha on Manipur, for 11 minutes 8 seconds of the time the camera was on the speaker. Can you, any of you who understands production, justify 71% of the time on somebody else when
ma'am, you aren't responding to my question, which is why I'm interjecting. My question is that 56% of the respondents say he should not have said this. They think that comment is wrong. Respond to my question and let you speak. You're going off on a tangent.
I am not going off on a tangent. I am exposing the Modi government. You may have an issue with that. Don't call me to your show. The reality is that you are not giving space to the opposition. Even in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi speaking, you are showing Om Birla. Why should I see the speaker for 71% of the time? Do you question that? Have you questioned the BJP? Have you questioned Sansad TV on that? You are an anchor. And one of the foremost...
Ma'am, you were on the show yesterday and day before. We did exactly this. No, 1 second. Supriya Shirnet, now it's getting a little too much. You've been on the show and you've been on this show and you've made this point. And I'll let you make the point on the day that it happened because it's an important point. But answer the question that I'm asking you.
Rahul Kanwal, no, I am answering that question. I answered that question for you as forcefully as I can. He was absolutely right. And he should say it over and over again because the Prime Minister chooses to sloganeer and laugh in the House. Exactly the way the BJP spokesperson was laughing now. 100th day of violence in Manipur. Assam Rifles and Manipur Police are filing FIRs against each other. They falsely claim there is return of peace. Which part of Manipur is peace returning to?
Gaurav Bhatia, this charge that Supriya Shirnet is levelling, Rahul Gandhi said the same in the press conference, that given how serious Manipur is, the Prime Minister spent a lot of his time dissing the opposition, remarking how useless they were, rather than spending more time on talking about what went wrong in Manipur and how he intends to fix it. Gaurav Bhatia.
So, first thing first, I already answered that in the first segment. When Rahul, I told you, if they wanted a very narrow discussion only on Manipur, they should have accepted the offer by Amit Shah ji that there can be a discussion under the prescribed rule without any time limit. They did not agree to that. Second, I must say, if Manipur is so important for them, is it not proper for the leader to wait in the parliament and hear the entire reply of the Prime Minister? They decided to walk out on Manipur. The Prime Minister had not spoken on Manipur till that time. And third, why did they suspend their protest and discuss the Delhi services? Please ask her to be quiet now. Please ask her to be quiet.
Supriya, this is not fair. Gaurav Bhatia heard you, now let him speak.
And Rahul, I would also like to add to that. We all know that the opposition suspended their protest when it came to the Delhi Services Bill. If their top priority and only priority was the Manipur issue, why did they engage in a discussion on the Delhi Services Bill? And then Rahul Gandhi leaves for Rajasthan because he has to do the election campaigning there. So this itself shows the hypocrisy of the Congress party. और मैं एक couplet और सुना देता हूँ.
Now you're challenging Supriya again and again. She better counter you with a couplet. शेर का जवाब तो शेर से ही मिलना चाहिए, Supriya. Go for it, Gaurav.
हाँ, मैं सुनाता हूँ. ये मणिपुर के लोग कांग्रेस के लिए कह रहे हैं, तुम गैरों की बात करते हो, हमने अपने भी आजमाए हैं. लोग कांटों से बच के चलते हैं, हमने फूलों से जख्म खाए हैं. और ये कांग्रेस पार्टी का चरित्र है. इंडिया में रहते हैं लेकिन भारत माता की हत्या करा देते हैं.
फूलों से जख्म खाए. Supriya, do you want to counter that? Do you have a share? How good is your shairi?
I do. It's very good. I'll tell you what is the good shairi.
Irshad.
देशद्रोही इंडिया को घमंडिया बुलाते हैं. देशद्रोही इंडियन एयरफोर्स को घमंडियन एयरफोर्स बुलाएंगे, घमंडिया नेवी बुलाएंगे, घमंडिया आर्मी बुलाएंगे. ये देशद्रोही है. मुझे शायरी की जरूरत नहीं है क्योंकि मेरी आंखों के सामने वो दो नंगी औरतें हैं जिनको आदमखोर की भीड़ घुमा रही थी. आपको शायरी सूझ रही है. मेरे आंख शर्म से झुक रहे हैं.
राजस्थान में 6,337 रेप्स हुए हैं.
ये हम में और आप
वहां की औरतें भी इंतजार कर रही है राहुल गांधी का. बट राहुल गांधी has started blowing flying kisses these days inside the temple of democracy. Stop shouting.
No, one second. I can't have both speakers speaking at the same time. That's not my style. That's not how I like to run debates. That's not fair. That's not right. I want to make sense, not noise. You shine through the power of your argument, through how you try and convince viewers by the righteousness of what you're saying, not just by speaking over each other. Rahul Srivastav, the next question that I asked was, do Parliament speeches influence votes? Now, that's an important question. You know, does all of this, in the view of the voters, impact their voting preferences? Now, it's very interesting for me, as somebody who's fascinated always by data, that 51% of the respondents say that yes, Parliament speeches influence votes. Rahul Srivastav, is that the sense you had as well, that half the respondents for what it's worth, in this poll are telling Yashwant Deshmukh's team that they're influenced by parliamentary speeches when it comes to their voting preferences.
I didn't catch that. Could you
Rahul, I have seen no confidence motions, and if you remember, Atal Bihari Vajpayee's no confidence motion speech, 27th May 1996, is still considered one of the historic speeches in which Vajpayee had said that you may defeat me with one vote, but I will come back with better numbers. And I remember in the 1998 elections, it did resonate. If I also remember that whatever one may say, you know, everybody in the panel may be criticized, but I remember that on the 18th of August, 2003, Sonia Gandhi led the opposition charge on a no confidence motion. She spoke for over 1 hour. She had a very clear 9 distinct failure charge sheet against the Vajpayee government, be it the coffin gate, be it the weakening of defense forces, be it the corruption cases, be it the stock market scam, and several others. And at that time, it was in 2003, and from there on, the Congress's currency among the voters in the 2004 elections did definitely improve. So there are ways you can actually utilize Parliament to send across a message. The
Very
BJP
important
used
point
it
you're making,
in
Yashwant
2010 by
Deshmukh.
disrupting the entire winter session.
This is an important argument. From what Rahul is saying and from this data, it's also a message to all our MPs. 51% of the respondents say they are influenced by parliamentary speeches. I mean, given how rarely Parliament functions nowadays, that's a very important takeaway from your poll.
Absolutely, and I totally agree with Rahul. I was also remembering both these instances, Sonia ji and Atal ji saying, going after that parliamentary speech, and they had an impact. And in fact, what thing that I was actually analyzing on, that after a long time, Rahul, there was one issue of Manipur where I could sense a very palpable anger among the people on the street, even among the BJP and NDA supporters after those gruesome videos went viral. But somehow, instead of taking that thing and debating in the parliament completely on Manipur as a session, somehow I feel as a political analyst, I think that opposition actually missed a very golden opportunity.
Okay, last question coming up on your screen right now. What was the impact of the debate in Parliament, in Manipur, and in this no confidence motion on the Prime Minister's image? So how is the Prime Minister's image impacted by what we saw this week in Parliament? Here are the results of the last question. In the poll this week, 46% of the respondents seem to think that the Prime Minister's image has become better or stronger. 33% of the respondents think his image has been badly impacted. How does he come out stronger, Yashwant Deshmukh? Given what's happened in Manipur, and that's the specific question you asked, how is it that Manipur makes his image stronger, Yashwant, in your view?
I think it's the overall impact of the debate that the PM, when he spoke, I think that's the impact, the way people have been taking in. And I think also the fact that PM is likely to say or do something once his lieutenants and other people have taken some strong concrete action on the ground. That's the understanding which the common person has. And I guess that is where it's more of a question of what Rajdeep said, that the performance of the opposition on the floor, that the speakers after speakers, they could not really take the government down on the things. Their content was probably not that impressive. That's what not taken.
Supriya, do you want to respond to that some of those who spoke on behalf of the opposition simply weren't as well prepared in the manner in which, for example, you're carrying the power of your argument and conviction to this debate? Many of the MPs who spoke on behalf of the India Alliance didn't have that kind of conviction. They came across ill-prepared, hardly made any punches, except for a few who did bat strongly. The likes of, say, Gaurav Gogai, Asuddin Owaisi, Mahua Mitro, they did land some punches. Many of them were just very badly prepared, leading to the likes of Yashwant Deshmukh and Rahul Srivastava to ask whether this is an opportunity lost. They didn't do their homework properly.
I disagree with both of them, with all my due respect, and I will disagree because this isn't a college debate. This is about a burning issue, and which is why I started off by saying the very premise of the debate you're doing is wrong. The debate is not about the, this show is not about the debate or the no confidence motion or the delivery. This is about Manipur. How tough is that for people to understand? But having said that, I will say one thing. If everybody was so ineffective, the government would not run helter-skelter, actually suspending MPs from the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha with the alacrity with which they are doing. What wrong did Adhiranjan Chaudhary say? He is not a Hindi-speaking person. He said Nirav in Bangla. Why was he suspended? He is the leader of the Congress party in the Lok Sabha. You suspend the leader of the main opposition and you think you're going to be democratic there and you think you're going to be hailed there. That's the reality. They're running.
But this is a new trend, Gaurav Bhatia.
Because that's what anti-nationals
all these
do.
Suspensions, are you sure that's the right thing to do? You can give them a reprimand, you can rebuke them, but to suspend them in this fashion will again lead the opposition to say that there is no space for a different point of view. The Nirav that he was referring to was the meaning of the word Nirav in Bangla, not in the manner in which it was interpreted.
And when he said Raja andha hai aur Draupadi ka vastra haran ho raha hai, that also was appropriate. Leader of opposition on the floor of the House make such statements.
Supriya, let him speak. Supriya,
Please
extend to others the same courtesy you expect for yourself. Please, ma'am.
Ho raha hai na?
Yes.
You will make him speak for 3 minutes and not interrupt.
And,
now I will be very fair,
suspension,
especially because I know that you got your counter on. I mean, I try to be fair as I can even otherwise, but now that I particularly know that she's got her stopwatch on, I'm going to be doubly careful. 1 minute, go for it. Gaurav Bhatia, final words.
Oh, thank you. You know, I would show a large heart to a woman who can only shout and waste time. Give my 15 seconds, I'll make my statement in 45 seconds. I think the last question that you posed is a very important one. The image of the Prime Minister has improved. 46% say that. I'll tell you the reason why. The people of India feel that he is very sincere. And yes, what happened in Manipur is shameful. But action was taken. The Home Minister was there. The Minister of State Home was there. And let us also not forget, the people of the country know law and order is a state subject. And the Prime Minister also had in mind that this is a sub judice matter before the Honorable Supreme Court of India. You have to calibrate before you speak on such a subject. I don't think Rahul Gandhi will understand that, or the Congress spokesperson will understand that. But Prime Minister has a responsibility towards the Constitution and the people of the country. He was very well aware of his responsibility.
So, you've heard from Supriya Shrinit, Gaurav Bhatia.
1 second. You have to give me 10 seconds.
Okay, 10 seconds. Go for it.
Please, 10 seconds.
Give her 15.
जितना पुअर इनकी हिस्ट्री उतनी मैथ्स भी पुअर है. 35 और 15 50 होता है, 60 नहीं होता है. 60 सेकंड का 1 मिनट होता है. The reality is law and order is a state subject. If the state has failed, that is why you need to sack your chief minister and get president's rule. It's one
मेरी बात छोड़ो, आपकी तो जमानत जब्त हो गई थी.
You said it. I did not.
आपकी तो जमानत जब्त हो गई थी.
Law and order. Law and order is a state subject. You said it. I did not. The state has failed. They need to be sacked.
She was closing up with a political party. ईमान भी किया था इनका. Reality is कि as a journalist आपने ईमान बेच दिया और जमानत जब्त हो गई. ये reality है. और बात सिखानी तो राहुल गांधी को.
I'm out of time on this debate. It was a heated week in Parliament, a heated week on this show as well. The PM has spoken, Amit Shah has spoken, Rahul Gandhi has spoken, many opposition leaders have spoken, and now in this political stock exchange, the voters of India have spoken in that sample poll that we did, which really gives you a sense of which way the political winds are blowing. So thank you, Yashwant and the Sea Voter team for compiling this data for us at such short notice, given that the survey given that the no confidence motion only got over late Friday evening, so we were able to put this out. Thursday evening it gets over, Friday we were able to put this out. So thank you for that. I'm slipping into a break. News and updates will continue. We'll be back next week with the next edition of the Political Stock Exchange. For your time and your trust, thank you. Goodbye. Good night. In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Gandhi only on India Today.
I watched the Prime Minister of India yesterday speaking for 2 hours, laughing, joking, lagawing naras in the parliament. The Prime Minister would say one line and the entire BJP would shout another nara. The Prime Minister seems to have forgotten that the state of Manipur is on fire and has been on fire for 4 months. Women and children are dying over there. People are being murdered. Women are being molested, are being raped. And the Prime Minister of India is sitting in the middle of the parliament shamelessly, laughing. This is not about Rahul Gandhi. This is not about the Congress party. This is not about the opposition. This is about India. It's about our country. A state has been decimated. It has been destroyed. It does not exist anymore. And it has happened because of the politics of the BJP. Divide and rule and burn. That is why in my speech I said, Bharat Mata has been murdered in Manipur.
You're on board the news track. In a massive embarrassment for the Stalin government, the Madras High Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the acquittal of Tamil Nadu Minister Ponmudi in a disproportionate assets case. The DMK Neta was acquitted by a district court in 4 days, forcing the High Court to call this a shocking manipulation of the judicial system.
Trouble is mounting for Tamil Nadu Minister K. Ponmudi. In a self-indictment, the Madras High Court on Thursday said the acquittal of DMK Minister Ponmudi was the result of a strangely stage-managed procedure done by the High Court last year. Justice N. Anand Venkatesh, in an 18-page order, justified his decision to initiate suo motu revision of the recent acquittal of Higher Education Minister, his wife and friend in an unaccounted wealth case. The disproportionate assets case dates back to his tenure as the Minister of Transport and Highways in the previous DMK regime between 1996 and 2001. Justice Anand Venkatesh has questioned the decision of the High Court to transfer the trial in the case from the Viluppuram District Court to Vellore District Court in July 2022. Justice Venkatesh in his order notes that the final arguments were given in the form of written submissions on June 23 this year. The Vellore Principal District Judge on June 28 passed a 266-page judgment acquitting Minister Ponmudi and his wife, citing inadequate evidence. 2 days later, the Vellore District Judge retired from service. The High Court judge has described it as a case where the celestial stars of the accused appeared to be lining up perfectly with the blessings of judicial personages. Referring to the speed of the acquittal, Justice Venkatesh questions how a case that was lingering on for years suddenly picked up pace. According to the court, where a manifest illegality by a criminal court resulting in gross failure of justice comes to the notice of the High Court, it is its duty to set right the illegality. Meanwhile, politics has erupted over Ponmudi's acquittal. The AIA-DMK and BJP have slammed the DMK and demanded the resignation of the minister.
This is a welcome move by the Honorable High Court, and people are feeling very happy that justice still prevails.
There are many such incidences which has given a shoddy image on the entire process of judicial process. I think now the damage control exercise has started, and we hope the justice is delivered soon.
The High Court is set to hear the case next on September 7. Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. I look forward to seeing you Monday evening at 8 p.m. Till then, from all of us here on the news track team, goodbye, good night.
Congress is not saying any word. They are not ready to raise the issue in the floor of the assembly. So Congress and CPM there is a tacit understanding to cover up the corruption charges against Pinarayi Vijayan and her daughter and his daughter. So Bharatiya Janata Party in Kerala, we are going to launch a strong fight against this understanding. Congress and CPM are the same coin, same side of one coin. So we are strongly opposing the dirty move by the LDF and the UDF.
So they were trying to legalize this black money, and they were trying to make it as white money. But unfortunately, the finding of the settlement bodies that is very clear that they have not given any solution. So we think that it will come under the provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act. So the concerned agencies has to initiate cases against the concerned persons, including the Chief Minister, under the provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
नियम के 352 में स्पष्ट है कि जो सदन का नेता है, सर्वोच्च नेता, सदन का सर्वोच्च नेता प्रधानमंत्री है, उसके बारे में तुम कभी भी कोई टिप्पणी करोगे, अभद्र भाषा का उपयोग करोगे, जानबूझकर करोगे, अपनी टीआरपी बढ़ाने के लिए कि मेरी पार्टी मुझे नेता प्रतिपक्ष बनाए रखे, तो निश्चित रूप से वो संवैधानिक सिस्टम का, वो देश की मर्यादाओं को तार तार करने वाला होता है। बार बार उनको कहा गया माफी मांगे, सॉरी फील करें, बाकी भी मांगे, वो माफी भी नहीं मांगे। कोई भी मंत्री बोलता है तुरंत बीच में खड़े हो जाते हैं, जब उनको पूरा टाइम दिया जाता है। उनकी पार्टी ने उनको टाइम नहीं दिया बोलने का, कहीं कलकत्ता से फोन आ गया होगा, किसको नहीं बुलवाना है, इसलिए कांग्रेस दबाव में नहीं दिया। फिर भी सोचा नेता प्रतिपक्ष है, उनको टाइम दिया जाना चाहिए। आधे घंटे का टाइम गृह मंत्री जी के कहने पर, रिक्वेस्ट करने पर, पार्लियामेंट अफेयर मिनिस्टर के रिक्वेस्ट करने पर संसदीय हमारे लोकसभा अध्यक्ष ने समय दिया, और उसके बाद फिर इस प्रकार की टिप्पणियां करना अभद्र, कि किसी भी ऐसे भगोड़े, किसी भी ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारी का नाम प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जोड़कर ये कहना कि आप में उनकी फोटो दिखाई देती है, तो वो देश के कहीं ना कहीं दुनिया भर में देश को शर्मिंदा करने वाला सब्जेक्ट होता है। तो ऐसे लोगों को निकाला ही जाना चाहिए।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 24 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 32 and minimum 25 degrees.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart. Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, हर family होगी insured.
भाइयों और बहनों, लंका को हनुमान ने नहीं जलाया था, लंका को रावण के अहंकार ने जलाया था।
हनुमान ने लंका नहीं जलाई, कमंड ने जलाई और इसलिए 440 हो गए, 400 से 40 हो गए।
Everyone asks, if not Modi ji, then who? This inaction on Manipur, Honorable Prime Minister, where you had absolute power to intervene but did not, is a cornerstone after which India will say anyone but Modi.
For the first time, the words Bharat Mata have been expunged from the parliament. I have said Bharat Mata, which is an idea, which is the idea of India, where everybody lives peacefully, harmoniously, with affection, has been killed in Manipur. It's a fact.
पता नहीं क्यों कुछ लोगों को भारत माँ की मृत्यु की कामना करते नजर आ रहे हैं। इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य क्या? दरअसल जो इनके मन में है वही उनके कृतित्व में सामने आ जाता है।
Hello and welcome to the Political Rumble with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. 3 days of an acrimonious confrontation in Parliament over a no-confidence motion has seen the political battle lines being drawn between the Modi government and the Congress-led opposition ahead of the big battle of 2024. A 2-hour-long speech by the Prime Minister, an equally long speech by Home Minister Amit Shah, an angry, much shorter speech by Rahul Gandhi, lots of shouting matches and even a walkout. The bugle for 2024 general elections has been sounded this week. What are the key takeaways then? On the Political Rumble, we will decode them. I'm joined on the show, Yogendra Yadav, co-founder Swaraj India, Pawan Kumar Verma, author, diplomat, former MP Rajya Sabha, Harsh Gupta Madhusudan, author, A New Idea of India and investor, Ashok Malik, partner, the Asia Group and senior political journalist and analyst, Patricia Mukim, editor, Shillong Times, is also joining us. Remember, it is Manipur and the Northeast which has been in the focus during this no-confidence motion. We're going to put specific questions and I'll take responses right at the top on the Political Rumble from each of you. My big question, my first big question, what was the most significant aspect for you of this no-trust debate? Let's get straight around the room. I'm going to start with you, Patricia, because let's get a voice from Shillong, from the Northeast. What to you was the most significant aspect of this no-confidence motion?
Rajdeep, the no-confidence motion was called precisely because Prime Minister Modi was not willing to come to Parliament. And he was evading this issue for a long time. Today, we are on the 102nd day of the violence. And it does not seem to have abated at all. Things are happening. And there is a very clear division in Manipur where the hill people can no longer come to the valley and vice versa. And therefore, there are disruptions galore, unexplainable, that people working in certain offices in the valley are not able to come back there for fear of losing their lives. And similarly, the Meiteis working in the hills have been given the option of being
No, so
accommodated.
how do you link that to the no confidence motion? Are you saying that the no confidence motion did not address this critical issue?
No, not these critical issues were not addressed. The Prime Minister showed that he was sad about the whole thing, but he was not specific. And you know, what hurts the people of Manipur the most is that he has not even deigned to visit that state. He sent the Home Minister, but you know, Prime Ministers are supposed to hold every state equal. If it was election time, I'm sure Prime Minister Modi would have come. He came to Meghalaya so many times in the run up to the elections, and he has been going to the northeastern states several times as the star campaigner. But why not now?
Okay.
What is holding him back?
Okay, so you've set the stage, and I'll take short comments from all of you. Ashok Malik, respond. To Patricia Mukim, she seems to believe the most significant feature didn't address the crisis of Manipur at all.
Rajiv, two things here. One, Manipur is a very, very disturbing situation, and very obviously, even if the sociology of Manipur is complex, even if the past has been complex, the point is, as the government of the day, the BJP in both Delhi and in Manipur, in Imphal, will take some responsibility, and obviously it's not a situation which they can completely escape responsibility from. Even if they have not caused the problem, it's a problem for them to deal with. Having said that, when you table a no confidence motion against a government, any government, the debate can no longer remain a single issue debate, however important and serious that one issue may be. A no confidence motion becomes a much larger discussion and debate and audit, really, of a government's performance after 4 years, or in this case 9 years, call it what you will, on Manipur, on the economy, on various issues. So to suggest that an entire 3-day no confidence motion and debate can be reduced to just one issue, however important that issue, would be a little unrealistic. This has become a larger issue, a larger conversation or argument over the Modi government's performance over the past 4 years, of which Manipur is one part, but only one part.
Okay, that's an interesting way to put it. Pawan Verma, your view. A quick response. What is the most significant feature you saw in this 3-day no confidence motion?
Frankly, Rajdeep, I think the no confidence motion was moved with good intentions, but the opposition set a trap and walked into it itself. I say this with sadness because the opposition probably wanted to corner the government and especially Prime Minister Modi. Exactly the opposite happened, because Manipur was not the clear focus of the no confidence motion, although many speakers, especially from the opposition, focused on it. But a no confidence motion, and here I agree with Ashok, no confidence motion allows the government prime time on television to talk about what it has achieved and why it still needs to retain the confidence of the House and the people. And the opposition should have known that the last word will go to the Prime Minister, who is, as we all know, a great orator, and he will use that opportunity to speak about Manipur in part and probably a very short part of his speech, but give a 2-hour presentation to the nation.
Right. So
about his achievements and what his ideas are. So
you're saying it's a lost opportunity?
The confidence motion did not serve.
It's a lost opportunity for the opposition.
And the opposition should have had a better strategy.
Okay. The opposition should have had a better strategy, lost opportunity.
It's a lost opportunity.
Harsh Madhusudan, your initial remark, the most significant feature that you saw in this 3-day no confidence motion.
Rajdeep, thank you for having me. My most significant takeaway from this was that unfortunately the opposition in our country does not seem to have an alternative proposal or policy agenda. As Ashok rightly mentioned, the moment you make it a no confidence motion, it cannot be a single issue anymore. You're basically going to the people through the House saying why the treasury should not be there and the opposition should be in the treasury instead. And there was absolutely no agenda on economics on foreign policy, or even quite frankly on internal security. And I think the Prime Minister's response, probably the longest speech a Prime Minister has made on a no confidence motion, was equal part great oratory, but also a lot of frustration, I think, with the opposition, because in the end it was a non-event where the Prime Minister got to count his own achievements, the government's 9 years achievements, and the opposition was literally none the wiser. It walked out around half an hour before the speech ended. And the problem remains that there is no cohesive agenda to replace Modinomics, to replace Modi's views on cultural issues, to replace Modi's views on national and internal security. And as a common citizen, seeing those debates, all I understood was Modi hatao. It's the old Indira Gandhi kind of anti-one-person thing, and there was really nothing more to it. And that was very disappointing, no matter where your partisan sympathies may lie.
Okay, Yogendra Yadav, you've heard a lot of our speakers, at least a couple of them, suggesting that the opposition's missed opportunity, they didn't have a clear focus. For you, what was the most significant feature of this no confidence motion?
Rajdeep, I think it's only fair to begin by acknowledging that increasingly our parliament is basically a theatrical function. There isn't much debate that actually happens in the parliament. And one should not increasingly, unfortunately, and that's been the trend over the years, got worse and worse and worse now. So largely people watch it for the theatrics of it. And in that sense, whatever happened was fairly predictable, honestly. There was along the most the lines that you would have normally expected. And my sense is that even the perception of it has been so polarized. I guess some people were watching their YouTube videos of their liking, others were watching YouTube videos of their liking. I don't know if this debate actually affected the national consciousness or national mood in any substantial way. Two things, however, happened. Number one, this debate did place Manipur on the national agenda. And I think it's after a long, long time, perhaps for the first time, and clearly about the no confidence motions, one can say probably for the first time, that Northeast has been put at the center of the national consciousness. That it did succeed. It didn't succeed in getting any response from the government. What we got were very concrete allegations about past and very vague promises about future, nothing about the present. The other thing that this entire debate achieved, which has nothing to do with the debate itself, is that much greater cohesion in the opposition on the ground. So the India coalition seems to be working on the ground. These are the two things you would pick up from a debate which was otherwise fairly predictable.
Interesting aspects again there from Yogendra Yadav. I'll pick up on those in a moment, but that sets the stage really for my second question. And this is the question that's blowing in the wind. What is the narrative now for the 2024 elections? And I will link it to my third question in a way, so you're free to raise that. Will it be Modi versus Rahul again in 2024 as it was in 2019? Before I come to the panelists, I want to play out Rahul Gandhi's press conference on Friday outside Parliament on the issue of Bharat Mata and what Prime Minister Modi said on Bharat Mata, because there was an element of anger and bitterness on both sides. Listen in.
It's very interesting. For the first time, the words Bharat Mata have been expunged from the Parliament. It's an insult to those words. Whatever I said that is wrong. I have said Bharat Mata, which is an idea, which is the idea of India, where everybody lives peacefully, harmoniously, with affection, has been killed in Manipur. It's a fact. So, the word itself now cannot be spoken by the people of India. We cannot say Bharat Mata in Parliament.
यहाँ सदन में माँ भारती के बारे में जो कहा गया है, उसने हर भारतीय की भावना को गहरी ठेस पहुंचाई। अध्यक्ष जी, पता नहीं मुझे क्या हो गया है। सत्ता के बिना ऐसा हाल किसी का हो जाता है। सत्ता सुख के बिना जी नहीं सकते। और क्या क्या भाषा बोल रहे हैं। पता नहीं क्यों कुछ लोगों को भारत माँ की मृत्यु की कामना करते नजर आ रहे हैं। जो इनके मन में है वही उनके कृतित्व में सामने आ जाता है.
Sharp comments on both sides. Ashok Malik, what is the narrative therefore for 2024 elections? Is it Modi versus Rahul again in 2024, or is that being overly simplistic in a country as large as India?
Rajdeep, two things. One, a micro answer, and the second, a macro answer. The micro answer, I do believe using the expression Bharat Mata Ki Hatya was a bit of a wrong number by Rahul Gandhi, and at least two politicians, MPs from allied parties, that is, parties that are part of the India Alliance, the India Collective, not from the Congress, admitted that to me as well. I do believe this will come back to be used against Rahul Gandhi in the months to come, in the election campaign to come. Where that leads to, of course, is another matter. But I think that expression was avoidable in Parliament. Having said that, look, the no confidence motion, the debate that happened, the theatrics, as Govinda Yadav puts it, perhaps justifiably, in Parliament, are different from an actual election. Even if the results are the same, the two processes are very, very different. I think that the challenge for India remains one, of course, to find a narrative and a leader and an answer to the question of Modi and the unquestioned popularity of Modi, the appeal of Modi, which remains fairly strong from 2019 onwards. I'm sorry. What this no confidence motion established is that whatever else, Modi is not unpopular. He is, you could argue he's not as popular as 2019, he's less popular, he's more popular. That's a matter of debate. But his popularity is not under stress. That became fairly clear with this debate. Second, where does the India Alliance see opportunities for one-to-one fights with the BJP? In which states can it ensure that, states that are where one-to-one fights are currently not happening? And how do the social and political coalitions in Maharashtra and in Bihar sort of pair out or establish themselves in a national election as opposed to a state election?
Okay.
These questions are still up in the air. We don't have answers to them. India does not have answers to them. India as the coalition India. These questions have not been answered by this no confidence motion or the coordination or lack of coordination in Parliament.
You know, in that sense, Pawan Verma, is that still the opposition's dilemma that it was before the no confidence motion and possibly over the last 9 years? How do you, in a way, combat a popular prime minister by making an election not about leadership, but about issues?
That has been my point consistently, Rajdeep. That first, the opposition decided to get organized as part of a joint alliance very late in the day, when less than a year, a couple of months are left for the general elections. Secondly, if they were serious about it, and I'm sure they are, by now a secretariat would have been set up, a common minimum program at the very least would have been drafted, talks on seat adjustments would be taking place. But these meetings separated by weeks that are happening, the pace at which things are proceeding, it does not give confidence that a good idea will see a concrete implementation in time to be effective. I may be wrong. And perhaps it would be good if I am, because this country needs an opposition. But as of now, to me, it doesn't seem so. Secondly, you ask the question of Modi versus Rahul. Now, as we know up till now, this narrative is useful for the BJP so long as the Congress does not strengthen itself on the ground. An organization, a structure. You please see the structure of the Congress in many states. There are block level presidents who have not been appointed for months, if not years. Kharge Sahab has taken over only recently. But he also has to get clearance from the actual person whose voice is heeded in the Congress party, which is Rahul Gandhi. Now, Mr. Rahul Gandhi came for the debate, well-intentioned, heart in the right place. I think he could have used his 40 minutes if his aim was to build a narrative to counter the personal cult around Narendra Modi. To build up this narrative that perhaps the BJP's ideology is dividing India and to build it up in a structured way. I think when the Prime Minister said that thoda prepare karke to aiye, I think there is some merit on it, not because the Prime Minister is saying it. You have 40 minutes. Build up the problem. Build up the harm that is being done to the nation. I mean, he used one sentence. आपने सारी जगह केरोसिन छिड़क दिए, अब एक चिंगारी लगाने को बाकी. For God's sake, the nation is listening. Explain to him that this religious divisiveness, this polarization, this hate, this violence, this lack of trust, this divisiveness is going to create the idea, bury the idea of India and divide India. I mean, I don't think he developed the case strongly enough and towards the end became rhetorical. And as you all know, when he speaks in Hindi, he can use awkward phraseology. If his attempt was to say that Bharat Mata ko ek gehri ठेस लगी है मणिपुर में, जैसे पूरे देश में आज समाज में वो विभाजन हो रहा है, I think that would have made greater sense than to say that Bharat Mata has been murdered.
Okay.
Now, not that he meant to say that, and his press conference clarified it, but it will be interpreted like that.
Oh, I take your point. Yogendra Yadav, as someone who knows Rahul Gandhi well, you were part of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Is that a problem? That in a way, his use of Hindi phraseology, the fact that perhaps he isn't the greatest parliamentary debater, all of this came to haunt him during this no confidence motion. And is 2024 going to be Modi versus Rahul?
First, the big picture, Rahul. Rajdeep. Election is about several things. It is about organizational stuff, as Pawanji has reminded us. It is about social coalition, as Ashok has rightly pointed out. For the moment, I'll just set that aside. I'll simply focus on the issue of the narrative that we are discussing here. The fact is that BJP has controlled the narrative for almost 7-8 years. And the fact is that over the last 1 year, its stranglehold over the narrative has loosened a bit. It started loosening with the Bharat Jodo Yatra. After that, it's the Adani issue that was raised, which made difference. Rahul Gandhi's disqualification and his re-entry has definitely loosened BJP's hold over communication, over the narrative. Karnataka elections, and then the formation of India itself. All these things have slightly loosened that narrative. Has this debate dramatically changed it? I'm not sure in either direction. I think the debate almost retained the situation as it was. I really would have wished that the whole country would notice that Manipur exists, that Manipur is burning, and that something needs to be done. The opposition did try to make it. I don't know how much of that registered in any case, because the Northeast does not figure quite centrally. So has this focus on Manipur change popular opinions about Modi government? I'm not sure. About the Bharat Mata expression, yes, I mean, if the question is whether Mr. Modi is more proficient in his speech than Rahul Gandhi, the answer is quite obvious. But I think the simple point, the language, the body language, I think the simple point that the idea of India was being murdered is a point that was made. Does that point change the nature of national debate? I don't know. I don't think. Unfortunately, focus on the Northeast may not do that. But it did register something limited. Would the BJP want it to become Modi versus Rahul? Of course, BJP would like to do that. The gap between Modi and Rahul may have reduced. That's my sense. Maybe polls will tell you more accurately. The gap may have reduced, but Mr. Modi definitely has an advantage. Can the opposition make it Modi versus Mudda? That really is the challenge for which the opposition needs to work in the coming month or so.
Interesting. Modi versus Mudda is what Yogendra Yadav says should be the nature of the battle for the opposition. But Harsh Madhusudan, do you see elections in India becoming presidential, as in a way this no confidence motion was, at least on news TV, and on the digital media, it was always who won the debate. Did Modi win it? Rahul Gandhi win it? Modi, obviously, Mr. Modi, the much more charismatic performer, speaker in parliament. Do you believe that makes a difference? Is that how you think people will see the no confidence motion, and beyond that, the next few months leading into the general election, who should be my prime minister? We are a parliamentary system, 543 MPs.
I think, Rajdeep, yes, I think the nature of modern media and modern politics is leading to more decisive mandates, which is another way of saying presidential elections. I think, but that is only one aspect of it. I mean, the Modi versus Mudda phraseology of Yogender, I think it's just slightly off in the sense that is exactly what was missing from the opposition's point of view. So if you take a step back and look at the big picture, this is the year India is hosting G20. It is also heading SCO, I believe. We've just come out of a terrible pandemic, and India has done better than most people expected in terms of vaccination. The Prime Minister is speaking of becoming the world's third largest economy within his third term. So that's both a policy aim as well as political confidence. And he mentioned, for example, that if you think it will not happen, please mention why. If you think it can happen faster, please help us why. If you think something else can be done. But nowhere in any of the debates was anything pertaining to the average person of the country was mentioned as a policy idea by the opposition. So if somebody is looking and they're thinking, okay, well, they just want to be in power, but what do they have in store for me? Remember Rahul Gandhi, who is the de facto unofficial leader of the Congress party, maybe the India Alliance or not, it's difficult to say at this point. He's not been a chief minister, he's never been a union minister. There is no Gujarat model or even Kerala model or any model that he can speak of as his USP if he effectively comes to power. So then what really changed? I don't think the gap between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Rahul Gandhi or any opposition figure has changed. On the topic of Bharat Mata, I think it's very interesting that Bharat Mata ki Jai is increasingly seen as a Hindutva or a BJP slogan. At the same time, there is this kind of last moment rush to reappropriate that slogan, which at one point somebody like Indira Gandhi would have been very happy to say. And unfortunately, that has completely gone to the BJP from the point of view of the opposition. And this last moment search will not really change anything. And finally, I like to simply say that on that point, for example, Mahua Mitra of Trinamool said she was ashamed that, religious priests or seers of the majority faith is the word she used, where the Prime Minister bowed down to them in the inauguration of the new parliament. Now, this is the same party alliance grouping that is completely against secular common laws, but they are against a simple symbolic recognition of India's civilizational continuity. That, oh my God, how can the Prime Minister actually bow down in front of these adhinams from Tamil Nadu? And she specifically mentioned from the majority faith, implying as if it was a minority faith, it would have been fine with her. And therefore, when you leave out the majority completely and you almost viscerally attack them, when you leave out Bharat Mata until the last moment, and then you feel it's a mudda or it's a presidential election, the simple point is for the last 9 years, the opposition has left the center. Okay. And the Prime Minister is making hay while the sun is shining.
Well, the sense I got about what Mahua Moitra said was the fact that the Prime Minister is often absent in Parliament, doesn't speak out enough in Parliament, but gives the photo ops when the new Parliament was inaugurated, bowing before religious figures. But yes, you could also argue that she was referring to majority faith. I don't think she was necessarily going to support him bowing before a minority faith. But Yogendra Yadav, before I go to Patricia Mukim, let's settle this narrative point. You said Modi versus Mudda. Is part of the problem that the opposition should do, is part of the problem that as long as Rahul Gandhi is there leading the opposition and is seen as a mascot now for anti-Modi forces, willy-nilly it will be Modi versus Rahul again. Even if the opposition wants to make it Modi versus Mudda, it won't become that.
Rajdeep, if Rahul Gandhi were to disappear tomorrow, what will it be? Will it immediately become Modi versus Mudda? Then it will be Modi versus a question mark. Again, the same thing would be played out. So the real question is, how much of the election would be focused on the personality issue? And yes, on the personality issue, BJP has an advantage which I think is lessening, but it has an advantage. And the opposition needs to play it, whether it has the time. I do think they have the time. I do think opposition needs to speeden up things. But I don't think it's so late that nothing can be done about the narrative so far. Yes, the mudda issue, the real issues of unemployment, issues of price rise, and the most important thing about Adani, which was played out by the Congress. Rahul mentioned it. But over the last few months, it's kind of petered off. Can the opposition bring that back? These are the questions that we need to talk about. But yes, as long as it remains personality, whether it's Modi versus Rahul, Modi versus Nitish, Modi versus Mamata, I don't think it will be very different. Do you think it will become very different suddenly if tomorrow it were to be Modi versus Nitish? Will the entire nation swing in favor of the India coalition? I doubt it. Similar things would be raised.
Yeah, but the challenge is, of course, localizing a national election, not easy. As for Adani, of course, many opposition leaders themselves have Mr. Adani investing in their state. So will they want to make it an issue is another big question. But Patricia Mukim, let's come to you with the next question, which in a way was meant to be the centerpiece of this entire no confidence motion, Manipur. Yogendra Yadav says for the first time at least Northeast is firmly on the national consciousness because of Manipur. But is the Manipur question still unanswered? You're in Shillong in Meghalaya. But from a perspective of the Northeast, do you believe that these debates have actually put Northeast on the national consciousness, on the national map, really?
Look, Rajdeep, Manipur is not the Northeast. Every state has its difficulties, has its nuances, and we are glad that Manipur has got the limelight. But for what? See, I really want to say one thing here. Parliamentary debates are not about who has won and who has lost. I think this is a media narrative that has been created since yesterday. Now, is the media pitting one group against the other? And for India, the group called India, the political alliances, I think they are themselves in a bit of a muddle because they're not very good with their strategies. And they shouldn't have walked out yesterday when the Prime Minister started speaking about Manipur, because that was an opportunity lost, I feel. And, you know, in Parliament today, there's so much of outrage. There are so much of snide remarks, which never were there in the past. And everything is lost in that din of tutu meme, no? So the issues that really affect us as a country are not being addressed. One of which is, you know, what is the common man suffering from at the moment? Look at the price rise of essential commodities. Nobody is speaking about that, and they're supposed to represent us, the common people. I think hate politics has entered Parliament in a big way. I would really like to appeal to people from the India group and tell them that you don't win elections by moral outrage, by frothing at the mouth, by all these polemics, and you actually don't win election by rhetoric. You'll have to show something concrete on the ground and connect with people rather than, you know, looking for the limelight in Parliament.
You know, you mentioned the word hate politics. Ashok Malik, pick up on that because, you know, Asaduddin Owaisi was among those who referred to the hate crime, the horrific hate crime that took place in a railway compartment a few weeks ago, which somehow has got shadowed by all that has happened. Not too many people spoke about it, but it was horrific the way a railway constable has committed what by all accounts is a hate crime, killing 3 Muslims. We've had trouble in Nuh, in other parts of the country in the last few months. You know, there is a sense that that level of hatred and polarization outside is also being carried inside Parliament. And the two sides, there's a breakdown of trust. Do you get a sense that these issues are not being addressed? There's too much of anger and hate inside Parliament and, dare I say, outside. You're on mute.
I'm sorry. Rajdeep, I tend to agree with you that our public discourse has become rather coarse. But it's not just our politics. Quite honestly, it's even our television channels, to be honest with you, our media, the way we seem to be discussing politics across this country. I'll give you one example, since Patricia Mukim is from Meghalaya, a state my wife grew up in. And let's talk about Manipur. Manipur is, and the 7 states, or well, if you include Sikkim, the 8 states of the region we call the Northeast. And that expression is very frustrating because it means nothing. It hides the complexity and the uniqueness of each of those states. The sociology of those 7 or 8 states, pick the one you want, collectively is more complex than the sociology, I would dare say, of the other 23 or 24 states of our country. And yet we, in our analysis, whether we come from the political sphere, whether we come from journalism, media, analysis, anywhere, we tend to simplify it. What has happened in Manipur over the past 3 months is horrific, tragic, terrible, and complex. But at its root, it is many things. It is not a simplistic Hindu-Christian riot, which is what many have sought to reduce it to. And this is also part of the problem. We tend to reduce very complex and serious issues, which have multiple dimensions, into something very simplistic as X versus Y, Hindu versus Muslim, Christian versus Hindu, Christian versus Muslim. There is a problem with the way we discuss national issues, and this problem is not limited to politicians or to parliamentarians.
I would plead also, guilty on behalf of the entire media, which also is reducing these complex issues to binaries, black versus white, and some would accuse, at least some are actually profiting from this kind of hate generated even in TV studios, digital and social media. Pawan Verma, is that part of the problem? That politicians today have one eye during no confidence motion on the viral videos. So they are also creating a template of which is based on anger and hate, rather than reconciliation and empathy.
No, you're right, Rahul, but I think if the opposition sought to achieve its primary goal of getting the Prime Minister to speak on Manipur, let us assume that was their primary goal, and to have a discussion under 267, I think for that goal to be achieved, the no confidence motion route was the wrong one. I believe that, for instance, when Amit Shah agreed to a debate on Manipur, a serious debate without duration defined, every member of the opposition should have stood up and begun their speeches by first saying, putting on record that we express our deep anguish at the absence of the Prime Minister, and then gone on to focus exclusively on Manipur. And then the country would have seen a debate on a state which has been burning for 90 days. And without the Prime Minister speaking once or going to the state. Instead, they moved a no confidence motion. Now, if you move a no confidence motion and if hate is your structure, Rajiv, let me tell you, recently in a national daily, R. Jagannathan, who is a supporter of the BJP, wrote a piece, and the editor of Swarajya magazine, where he said that forget your dreams of a 5 trillion economy if you are going to continue with this kind of religious polarization. Now, here is a BJP supporter, an insider, speaking openly about the dangers of religious polarization. If you raise a no confidence motion, build it up in a structured way. Unemployment, price rise, common man, rising inequality, authoritarianism, and social disharmony at the cost of the nation. Now, I don't think that narrative, that mudda, was built up enough. So we ended up falling flat between two stools. Neither Manipur was discussed fully, nor were the other issues presented in an effectively structured manner. And you gave a floor at the end of the debate to Narendra Modi, who spoke for 2 hours.
Can I just...
And that speech was listened to by the entire nation.
Can I just pick up from what Pawan Verma said, Harsh Madhusudan, that in a way, the fact is that there are real issues out there. There are issues of income inequalities. There are issues of polarized politics. There are issues of institutions in some way being undermined. I mean, let's be very clear. The Prime Minister listed out achievements, but the Prime Minister will not look at perhaps the darker side. The opposition tried to gherao him, but they too will not look at the positives. We are a very polarized politics. We are in a very polarized polity at the moment. Do you see a way out? I mean, purely as a citizen. I mean, these are real issues when a hate crime takes place of the kind that took place in that railway compartment.
Yes. So Rajdeep, democracies everywhere are always polarized. The question is about the extent of polarization. So, for example, if you look at Pew surveys overwhelmingly say that Indians of all religious faiths find India to be overwhelmingly tolerant, and this, by the way, happened during the Modi government's time a couple of years ago, or just last year, in fact. Similarly, if you look at the popularity of leaders and statesmen by countries, Narendra Modi has consistently ranked at the top. So there is polarization, but it's not a 50-50 polarization. The Prime Minister is remarkably popular. So the idea that we are polarized, yes, we're polarized all the time. If you go and read 19th century American newspapers, both before and after the Civil War, it would have felt like it would have been much worse. So polarization is a part and parcel of politics. But compared to other periods, compared to earlier periods, there does not seem to be that kind of Republican-Democrat kind of, for example, 50-50 on the knife's edge situation in India right now. I repeat once again that we should not get lost in this inception of narratives. The facts are that most Indians find India to be remarkably tolerant. There are obviously issues, for example, in which a Hindu procession was attacked by Muslims, and you mentioned about the train accident in which a railway police officer killed 3 Muslims. And these are all condemnable incidents like Manipur is. But in a country of 1.4 billion, you have to look at trends. And if you look at the trends, all kinds of violence, communal in the northeast, Naxal violence, jihadi violence in Kashmir, they're all on a, please pardon the pun, secular decline over the last not just 10 years, but 10, 20, 30 years.
Okay.
The Indian state is constantly winning right, left and center. And therefore, it is important, while we do this tutu meme, as Patricia rightly mentioned, that the big picture is India is rising. The Prime Minister is talking about number 3 economy. And what is the vision of the opposition to come and say, how can we make it better? How can we reach there faster? And it is surprising. You attack the Prime Minister and the party, no problems at all. But is there even 1% policy discussion? Mudda was mentioned by Yogendra. What is the common minimum program, as Pawan rightly mentioned? There is no CMP and there is less than a year out.
Yogendra Yadav, in a way, the Prime Minister referred to it, and many critics of the opposition refer to this, that there is a negativism, a pessimism in the opposition which doesn't match, according to the government's cheerleaders, the reality on the ground. The reality on the ground, Harsh Madhusudan says, as the PM says, India will be the 3rd largest economy soon. We are a country which is getting more FDI than ever before. We are slowly, in certain key areas, becoming a manufacturing hub. Why not? Is the opposition not being able to capture the zeitgeist of this new rising India, as the government cheerleaders call it?
Rajdeep, your question contains the answers. Cheerleaders do not ever see the truth. I heard Mr. Harsh saying that the big picture is that India is getting more tolerant, that polarization is reducing. I don't know whether to laugh or to cry at this kind of things, and that someone with a straight face can say such things on national television. Probably, I don't know, I'm sure he lives in the same country that I do. Here is a country where people are going on the streets saying Musalmanon ko kal se gaon mein ghusne nahi denge, ye kar denge, ban kar denge, lynchings are taking place, no is taking place, and someone can say on national television that we are becoming more tolerant, that things are becoming less polarized. Yes,
I'll let you
political
respond,
polarization, ideological polarization is one thing, and this kind of ethnic polarization, this kind of communal polarization, with clear protection from above, with clear sanction from above. This is extraordinary. I'm absolutely shocked that someone cannot see it. But allow me to say something that I wanted to say, namely about Manipur. I don't think we should get distracted by such things which anyone can come up with any time. On Manipur, if I was from Manipur and I was watching this debate, I would say, all right, for the first time they acknowledge that Manipur exists. All right, they're all talking about my state. At the end of it, what do I take away more than the anguish? Of course, the anguish. But I get to share about the past. I get to hear about Mizoram. Yes, important thing, Rajdeep, is I think for the first time, I could be wrong, but I think for the first time in Indian parliamentary history, Prime Minister of this country has acknowledged that Indian Air Force had bombed Mizoram, which was such a shameful episode in our history. But that was not said for remorse. That was not said to offer an apology to people of Manipur. That was said to score a tiny, trite, petty debating point in a parliamentary debate. As a Manipuri, as a Meitei, do I feel I got assurance that, all right, things would get better? As a Kuki, do I feel that, no, I would not be called foreigner in my own land? As a Naga, do I feel that now my issues would be looked at with more empathy? If I was from Manipur, from either of these communities, or if I was from the Northeast, any other state of Northeast, I would feel like a football. And sheer indifference of the government, even at the end of perhaps the only debate of its kind in India's parliamentary history. If the Prime Minister and Home Minister of this country do not have anything to offer by way of a Chief Minister who's proven to be the most incompetent Chief Minister, nothing about by way of security forces, their presence and their conduct, where the central and the state security forces are clashing on the streets. Nothing to say about those things. This is very disappointing.
Harsh Madhusudan, quick response, because to your point that we are a more tolerant nation.
There is a June 2021 Pew survey in which 24% of Indian Muslims, and Pew is a very reputed American survey organization with a very, very proper scientific stratified random sampling procedure, 24% of Indian Muslims said they face discrimination, and 21% of Indian Hindus said they face discrimination. There were many questions, you can go through it, and the overall picture is most Indians feel that they're living in harmony. This is a 2021 survey by Pew, number one. So these are facts, not narratives that we are inventing in our own minds. Secondly, speaking of communal violence in the Northeast, what happened in the Nelly riots? The Nelly riots happened in the 1980s. 2,000 or more people died, and there was zero accountability. I'm not saying it in the sense of whataboutery, although whataboutery is a perfectly valid tool to have accountability. The point is the trend for violence in India is consistently downwards, and I'm saying it is across governments. I'm not saying it's only for BJP or for Congress. I'm saying across governments, Indian state capacity violence has been falling. So the reality is violence is overall falling. Most Indians, including Muslims, say that they find they're living in harmony. These are facts. These are survey results. If Yogendra Yadav doesn't believe them, maybe he's living in another country.
Okay. As I said, there will be certain issues that will continue to divide us in the times in which...
I do believe in survey results. When Hindus say they are being discriminated, they are speaking about caste. Please get your basics right.
Okay, as I said, this is an issue which we will amplify later.
This is only on religion. This is not on caste.
Okay.
This is on religion.
Okay, we will discuss the wider religious polarization in future programs. But as I end with a couple of minutes, I want to know, I'm going to ask the question, who won the debate? And did any speaker stand out? Quick responses as we have just a couple of minutes. Patricia Mukim, again go first. Who, according to you, who won the debate? Did any speaker stand out?
Nobody won the debate. The people of India have lost. We've lost out in the din.
Okay, that's a very strong word, and maybe you're right. The people of India have lost out. They could have done with a better constructed debate, many would believe. Ashok Malik, who won the debate? Any speaker who stood out?
I have a more prosaic answer than Patricia Mukim. The opposition could not establish that the country had no confidence in Mr. Modi and his government. So in that sense, Mr. Modi carried the day. Speakers who stood out, actually many speakers stood out. Mr. Owaisi stood out. Mr. Modi, of course, stood out. He was expected to stand out. But I've been listening to parliamentary speeches and watching parliamentary speeches for many years, as all of us on this panel have. I was particularly impressed by Amit Shah's speech. I think it will go down as one of the great parliamentary speeches I've heard.
Interesting. Pawan Verma, who won the debate?
You know, the young Mr. Gogoi who began the debate, I think he made a structured speech. But the fact of the matter is, I would say that Mr. Rahul Gandhi missed an opportunity. Missed an opportunity to prove his credentials of being entitled to play a leading role in the opposition. And the opposition's presentations were not structured. So therefore, I have to say that the speech that was given by the Prime Minister at the end of the debate, if you ask any ordinary person, I'm not talking about its factual accuracy in every respect.
Right.
Or the merits of what he said, which can be questioned on many of his claims. But as an orator, there are few to match him.
Point taken.
And the opposition presented him that opportunity on a platter.
I'm running out of time completely. Harsh Madhusudan, who won the debate very quickly, and any star speaker who stood out for you?
I think the Prime Minister came across as a global statesman who the opposition could not pin down on any substantive issue. I think the best speaker by far was Mr. Amit Shah, and actually in some ways, it was almost like that he was being given the opportunity to kind of take over on many substantive issues. Like, he was relatively quiet after the CAA days on these various issues after 370 and CA. So I thought that was very interesting from a communication perspective, because he was absolutely brilliant, not just in the last 3 days, but even today in introducing these 3 new bills, reforming CRPC, reforming Evidence Act, reforming IPC. So a lot of work is happening, and I thought the way he communicated was very brilliant. And perhaps better than a lot of people would have expected.
Yogendra Yadav, final word. Who won the debate? Any speaker stood out?
Rajdeep, what was at issue was too critical, too big for us to award debating points and gold medals or silver medals. The tragedy, as Patricia rightly points out, is that perhaps the only, and maybe for years to come, the only debate that took place on one part of the northeast of this country, the people of northeast lost out. The people of India lost out.
Okay, let me leave it there. My own view, 2 speakers also stood out for me. Amit Shah and Gaurav Gogoi, for the way they structured their speeches. We can disagree with their political views, but they seem to be 2 speakers who really stood out. Among others, Asaduddin Owaisi's speech was also worth listening to. And the Prime Minister and Rahul Gandhi for some of you, but for me it was Shah and Gogoi this time. Okay, so most political observers, including myself, believe this was a bit of a missed opportunity for the opposition and Rahul Gandhi, and the Modi-Shah duo carried the day inside Parliament. But there is a reality check, a fact check that we thought we'd give you. Amit Shah, in his speech in Parliament, said it was the Modi government schemes that benefited Kalavati Bandurkar, a widow from the Vidarbha farm suicides. Rahul Gandhi had met Kalavati in 2008 after her husband died by suicide due to agrarian crisis. Who really benefited Kalavati? Was it the Modi government or Rahul Gandhi? We did a fact check by speaking to her. I leave you with what Kalavati said, with the hope that our politicians will help everyone who needs empathy, whether it's in Manipur or Maharashtra. It's that spirit of empathy we need to take forward. Thanks for watching. Listen to Kalavati. Bye for now. Jai Hind. Namaskar. Have a great Independence Day weekend.
मुलं आपले 7 मुली 2 मुलं होते, तर आपले याची परिस्थिती गंभीर होती पा, म्हणून सन्यानी त्यानं आर्थिक मदत म्हणून सन्यानी केली आपल्याला. तर त्यानं 15 दिवसाच्या याच्यामध्ये त्यानं सर्व हे केलं ना, आपलं पाठक साहेबांना आपल्याला चेक आणून दिला. तर तो 52 फिक्स करून सन्यानी त्यापासून आता त्यानं आपल्याला आले तशामध्ये ते घरकुलाचं मंजूर केलं. तर आपल्याला लाईन नव्हती, ती लाईन तवाच्या तवास आपले पोरं असेच अभ्यास करत होते दिवा घेऊन, तर तवास त्यानं लाईन आणून दिली. आपल्याला खरी सर्व मदत केली राहुल गांधीनं. राहुल गांधीचीच मदत आता आपल्याला शेवटपर्यंत आपली हे करणार, आणि त्याचीच मी गावणार.
राहुल, आपने बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री ने बोला सदन में कि गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने विस्तार से जवाब दे दिया। अमित शाह साहब ये कहते हैं कि मणिपुर के सीएम को हटाने की जरूरत इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि उन्होंने हमारी पूरी बात सुनी और वो कभी भी कोई हमने डीजीपी चेंज किया, डीजीपी चेंज कर दिया, उन्होंने जो भी प्रशासनिक व्यवस्था हम चेंज करना चाहते थे, इसलिए मणिपुर सीएम को हटाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
जब मैं मणिपुर गया, मणिपुर सीएम ने जो मणिपुर में हजारों वेपन्स जो लूटे गए, वो मणिपुर सीएम के नीचे ही हुआ। तो क्या अमित शाह चाहते थे कि ये हजारों वेपन्स लूटे जाएं? हाँ संजय।
राहुल जी,
जो हिंसा चल रही है, क्या अमित शाह चाहते हैं कि हिंसा चलती जाए? चीफ मिनिस्टर उसको रोक नहीं पा रहा है। अमित शाह जी कह रहे हैं कि भैया वो हमारी बात मान रहा है, तो क्या आप चाहते हैं कि मणिपुर चलता जाए?
संगठित अपराध के लिए एक नया प्रावधान हम इसके अंदर जोड़ रहे हैं, जो अंतरराज्य गैंग और संगठित अपराध है, इसके विरुद्ध एक अलग प्रकार की कठोर सजा का प्रावधान। गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है, जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान हमने तय किया है कि सेशन कोर्ट के जज ड्यू प्रोसीजर के बाद जिसको भगोड़ा घोषित करेंगे, उसकी अनुपस्थिति में ट्रायल होगी और उनको सजा भी सुनाई। दुनिया में वो कहीं पर भी छिपके सजा सुनाई जाए। मान्यवर, इससे बहुत बड़ा फर्क पड़ने वाला है और वो सजा के खिलाफ अपील करना है तो न्याय की शरण में आए, अपने आप को भारतीय कानूनों की शरण में लाएं और अदालत के सामने जाए तो हाईकोर्ट में चैलेंज करें।
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड. Extra safe Polycab Green Wire.
Prime Minister Modi's Indira Barb triggers a fire.
5 मार्च 1966 इस दिन कांग्रेस ने मिजोरम में असहाय नागरिकों पर अपनी वायुसेना के माध्यम से हमला करवाया था.
Flashback on Indian Air Force strikes on Mizo rebels. Did Indira make a mistake in bombing Mizoram? Shades of grey in the 1966 Mizo bombings. Mrs. Gandhi's mistake or solid action?
क्या अपने ही देश में वायुसेना से हमला करवाना? कौन था उस समय? इंदिरा गांधी.
Big fight over Air Force's controversial strike. Shiv decodes the 1966 Mizoram bombing only on India First.
Thanks for being with me, Shiv Arur, here on India First. Let's get you straight to the headlines. After a fiery parliament face-off, Rahul Gandhi targets the Prime Minister again, accuses him of mocking Manipur. BJP says the Congress MP is lighting the fire of hatred. Showdown over Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's suspension. India Alliance MPs boycott last day of Lok Sabha proceedings. Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha also suspended from the Rajya Sabha. Amit Shah introduces bills to overhaul India's criminal justice system. Death for raping a minor and mob lynching under the new provisions. Home Minister says sedition law will be repealed soon. Commission charge hits Siddaramaiah Sarkara. Bengaluru contractors allege their dues have not been paid. BJP says Congress ministers are seeking 55% commission. Deputy Chief Minister Shivakumar assures a probe. Madras High Court slams fast-track acquittal of DMK Minister Ponmudi. High Court Chief Justice exposes shocking attempt to let off the Stalin minister. Huge embarrassment for the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister. In yesterday's speech to end the no trust vote centered around the Manipur crisis, the Prime Minister provided a lengthy defense of his government's Northeast policy while also listing the decades of folly and failure regarding that part of the country, courtesy successive Congress governments. But it was one particular thing the Prime Minister mentioned that has become a furious talking point now. The Prime Minister invoked the 1966 Indian Air Force bombings in Mizoram, then part of Greater Assam, that were ordered by then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Few people even know about that operation, but the Prime Minister did use it to support his claim that the Congress's policy on the Northeast has swung between extremes, either being inert and indifferent or deploying massive force as Indira Gandhi did in March 1966. First, let me tell you what happened in 1966. Indira Gandhi was just 6 weeks old as Prime Minister of India. She had taken over after the unexpected death of Lal Bahadur Shastri in Tashkent in January that year. India had just fought a bruising war with Pakistan the previous year, 1965, and it was less than 4 years since India's calamitous defeat at the hands of China in the 1962 war under Prime Minister Nehru. This was a country in crisis that wasn't just nursing a post-war economy, but was vulnerable to the continuing manipulations of both her foreign adversaries. It was in this scenario that a violent separatist insurgency by the Mizo National Front broke out, a rebellion fully funded and armed by then East Pakistan in 1966. As the fledgling Indira government watched, an emboldened rebel chief hoisted an MNF flag, Mizo National Front flag, in the city of Aizawl. Remember, Mizoram wasn't a state back then, it was still part of Greater Assam. In Aizawl, they hoisted an MNF flag, practically declaring it a separate sovereign state. Worse, the MNF had captured key positions in both the city of Aizawl as well as Lungle,
with a signature application of brutality and violence. The Indian Army wasn't positioned to arrive in Aizawl in less than a day, and it was unlikely that a ground attack would go unchecked by the well-armed MNF that was now scattered through the hinterland, expecting a ground response by the Indian Army. It was in this scenario that Indira Gandhi took the controversial decision to scramble the Indian Air Force. A small number of even then vintage Tufani fighters and slightly more modern Hunter jets were deployed to conduct airstrikes on the MNF positions in Aizawl. Larger transport aircraft were also loaded with explosives and used to bomb rebel positions in Aizawl. Now, two of those pilots who flew some of those missions would go on to big political careers. You know their names, Rajesh Pilot and Suresh Kalmadi. But what followed these bombings and the subsequent arrival of the army was 2 decades of an insurgency in Mizoram that saw a great deal of violence and death in that beautiful state. Peace would be achieved only 2 decades later with the Rajiv Gandhi Laldenga Accord of 1987. Now, the bombings of Mizoram were the first and the only time that Indian frontline air power has been used against its own citizens on our territory. The bombings are now seen through 2 prisms. The BJP, as clear from the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, sees the bombings as a symbol of Congress folly in the Northeast, as a decision that became necessary thanks solely to successive Congress governments letting the Mizo issue fester, failing to nip it in the bud, leaving it vulnerable to outside interference, being pushed into a corner by lack of action, and then being forced into this heavy response when there was no other way out. Mrs. Gandhi's handling of Bhindranwale later is used as a reference point to prove that her instincts in 1966 similarly failed her in the airspace over Mizoram. On the other hand, those who believe Indira Gandhi and the Congress have nothing to apologize about feel that this was decisive action. Indira Gandhi, after all, was less than 2 months old as Prime Minister when the insurgency exploded in her government's face. Was the difficult decision of lethal force on our own territory imposed on her? And is it really fair to blame her for a situation that was already at boiling point by the time she took over? What I'm trying to say, viewer, is that it will always be easy to sit back and pass judgment on decisions to use military force. The more into detail one goes into the controversial deployment of the armed forces, the more clear it becomes that there are no blacks and whites, only shades of grey. As with so many things in military history, both of the things said about Indira Gandhi's bombing of Mizoram in 1966 can be seen to be true. That her actions were the inevitable climax of her party's Northeast policy over years, and also that her actions displayed decisiveness in a situation where not acting is as controversial as issuing those orders. Now I want to get an expert view from 2 people who not only know about the operation, but have looked at it very closely from all of these prisms that I'm talking about. I'm joined by Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur. He's a well-known Air Force veteran and someone who's looked particularly closely at Air Force history. Abhijit Iyer Mitra is a senior research fellow in the Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies. One of his tweets has gone viral where he has said that it was wrong for the Prime Minister to call what Indira Gandhi did a blunder. Abhijit, I'll quickly come to you first because I hear we might have a weak line with you, with your permission, Air Vice Marshal. Abhijit, explain to us why you think the Prime Minister shouldn't have highlighted what Indira Gandhi did as a blunder.
So Shiv, it's very clear. I think we've been very consistent about this position throughout, that sometimes when internal security situations flare up to a point, you have to use massive force. It isn't, I'm not getting into the politics of it. I'm just talking about the application of force out here. Now, remember what the situation in the ground in Aizawl was. The Mizo National Front had surrounded the whole of Aizawl. It had been completely cut off. The attempts at, resupplying Aizawl with the Mi-4s or the Mi-8s, I forget which one, at that time had failed because the Mizos were directing fairly accurate gunfire at those helicopters. And you had to soften them up using air power, which is what was done. Because remember, the Mizos were going around killing people on the ground. Government officials were being killed on the ground at that point of time. And something had to be done. It was an emergency situation. You could not land troops there because the same way they were shooting resupply helicopters, they were going to shoot down, shoot troop helicopters as well. And that was a risk not worth taking. It was a proportionate action taken at the right time to safeguard the territorial integrity of India. And I don't understand how an action taken to safeguard the territorial integrity of India is a blunder.
Okay, Air Vice Marshal Bahadur, how do you see it? Because, looking at history is always a difficult proposition, especially through the prism of politics. The Air Force was carrying out orders at a very, very difficult time. India had been at war just a year before that as well. How do you see it, sir? Was it a difficult but necessary decision, or, could Indira Gandhi have done it some other way?
Thank you, Shiv, for getting me in here. Staying clear of politics, as Abhijit rightly said, it's very clear that it was a situation that had to be handled decisively. The point is, let's go back a little beyond before 1962 also. I mean, we got independence in 47 with myriad problems on our head. Basically, economics, lack of money, the refugee crisis in the initial stages, etc., etc. But let's take ourselves back to the government of the 50s and the beginning of 60s. It was a huge ask. So let's not restrict just to 62. And thereafter 65 war.
Yes.
And in 65, the decade of the 60s, remember, we were living from, it was from ship to mouth. The PL-480, Shastriji actually asked for gold to finance arms purchases in 65 war and to get out of the economic situation. He asked that from the citizen. So in that condition, here was a declaration of independence and the hoisting of the flag, as you brought out in the history of that. A decisive action had to be taken. So on the 5th of March, actually first initially, 5 para, and I think 6, they were flown by Me Force from Kumbigram towards Aizawl. The helicopters had to come back because they were shot up and shot up badly. They came back. And next day, thereafter, when they went in, and the Dakotas also went in to drop supplies and arms to the besieged garrison, they were escorted with Tufanis. And the Tufanis trapped the area around where the MNF posts were, and so did the hunters. So it was 29 squadron from Tesco and 37 squadron too, with the hunters that flew in. If the Prime Minister, or let's take it, the government of the day, had not taken that decision, then we would have been in big problems. And that lasted just 2 days incident. As far as we know, it was just 2 days, the 5th and 6th, and 7th onwards thereafter, since they dispersed into the hills, the army caught up, removed the insurgents from the posts, and the normal process of anti-insurgency started. So there was no choice, and it was good. That point, the decision was taken.
So it was a correct decision being taken. Abhijit, I know, I don't want to get embroiled in all the politics of it, but, since it did come up as part of the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, there are those who will say that Indira Gandhi's decision and her action, was a symptom of the politics over the Northeast. And, many have also used the example of 1984, the Bhindranwale episode with Indira Gandhi as being a reference point, saying that, like later in 1984, when Indira Gandhi allowed the situation to get so bad that she finally had to take decisive action in the form of Operation Blue Star. Similarly, with the disclaimer that her government is only a few weeks old, etc., it was basically the same thing again, letting a situation get so bad that hard action is imposed on you.
I would disagree with that, Shiv, and I'll tell you why. So remember, in 1984, Bhindranwale was a creation of Indira Gandhi and Gyani Zail Singh. Both of them actively pushed Bhindranwale because they wanted to get votes away from the Akalis. That was a careful, calculated maneuver that had taken several years. What happened in Mizoram was a case of neglect, and it was spawned by something called the Mautam, which is the flowering, 50-year flowering of the bamboo. Now, bamboo flowers every 50 years out there as a self-defense mechanism. And what that leads to is, because there's too much bamboo seed, there's a sprouting of a huge number of rats. Now, what happens is, once the rats have finished eating the bamboo, they start eating all the grain and crop. This wasn't the first time. 58, 59 was when it happened. This wasn't the first time it had happened. You had a massive famine because of it in 1862. You had a massive famine because of it in 1911. So every 50 years, round about 50 years, it happens. And 65 was when the next Mautam, 58 was when the next Mautam happened. Now, when this Mautam happened, people died. Now, remember, like the Air Marshal said, we were desperate. We were living at that time. In fact, this was one of the episodes that led to the Green Revolution, the urgency of the Green Revolution, which started in 1968 with the IR-8, with the improvised dwarf rice and things like that, that Norman Borlaug introduced. But this was one of the crucial factors. So what happened was, you were already living hand to mouth or ship to mouth, as the Air Marshal said. And on top of that, you had a rat plague. Now, our famine was because of inadequate production. What was happening here was that you had a rat infestation exacerbating the situation. In spite of that, to the government's credit, only 100 people, approximately 100 people died. Now, 100 people in terms of a famine isn't a particularly bad management of resources. Was it an optimal management of resources? No, but people tend to forget. In those days, we were a very, very poor country. We did not have money to spend on preemptive famine fighting and things like that. And also, we were living in a situation where we had fought 2 wars, 62 and 65, like the Air Marshal said, and the expenditure on the treasury had been massive. So, you know, this wasn't so much a case of neglect at all. You know, I would say it was generally, in terms of Indian neglect, this was one of the less neglected situations.
Very, very interesting perspective there. And, you know, I expect nothing less from the both of you. Air Vice Marshal Bahadur, very, very final comment from you, running short of time. You know, the Air Force is a supremely professional force, but through the benefit of time, hindsight, and, you know, looking at these, you know, these difficult times in the rearview mirror, you know, are historians within the Air Force, veterans like you, conflicted about the use of air power against you know, our own citizens? Because that's what this was finally, technically. These were rebels, these were people who were killing other Indians, but is there a conflict in anyone's mind, sir?
No, because we are very sure of the government of the day, no matter which political party, that the political party takes all points into consideration before giving or passing an order to the armed forces. So, and any government, whichever party is in power, knows that it should use minimum, if not zero force against its own citizens.
Absolutely.
So if an order comes, the government has thought through this situation. Please remember, we have not used it in JNK, we have not used it in Naxal area, we have not used it in Assam, we have not used it in the other part of the Northeast, where insurgency to a certain extent is still on. And hence, what I feel is that there is no dichotomy or any doubt in any soldier, sailor or airman, that an order that comes is very legitimate, and the government has thought through everything.
I think that that kind of clarity is a good note to end this on. I am definitely wiser, and I hope my viewers as well are. Air Vice Marshal Bahadur and Abhijit, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time here on India Today, on an issue that most people don't know very much about. I must confess I didn't either before I did this show, but hopefully we're all walking away with a greater perspective on something. Like many of those visuals we just showed you from 1966, these are all shades of grey. Thanks so much for watching. Another nugget from the Prime Minister's speech on the no-confidence motion that may have gotten lost in the noise was about the Congress's mishandling of the 1984 anti-Sikh riots. He highlighted how then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi attacked the Holy Akal Takht during Operation Blue Star. What was the significance, and why am I telling you about it now? Take a look at this report.
An Operation
operation that struck the holiest of Sikh shrines almost 40 years ago. Operation Blue Star aimed at clearing militants holed up inside the Akal Takht, the highest seat of Sikh temporal authority in the complex of the Shri Darbar Sahib, the Golden Temple, deeply wounded the Sikh soul. A wave of protests ripped through the entire Sikh community. Many returned government honours and positions of influence. Fast forward to 2023.
कौन था उस समय? इंदिरा गांधी। अकाल तख्त पर हमला हुआ है तो अभी भी हमारी स्मृति में है। उनको मिजोरम में उसके पहले ही आदत लग गई थी और इसलिए अकाल तख्त पर हमला करने तक वो पहुंचे थे, मेरे ही देश में, और यहां में उपदेश दे रहे हैं।
India's Prime Minister recounts the army attack on the Akal Takht in his reply to the no trust motion on Thursday.
Prime Minister issued this critique on the floor of Parliament. It was a rare critique of its kind of Operation Blue Star in several ways. The texture of PM Modi's mention of the attack on the Akal Takht was filled with heavy criticism of the then Congress government for using the might of the armed forces on the most sacred site of a community. Prior to PM Modi, heads of government have usually avoided critiquing Operation Blue Star as openly as he did in the Lok Sabha.
For the record, the BJP has been a vocal critic of Operation Blue Star. Most of that criticism, however, has been voiced outside Parliament.
The worst form of desecration, if ever carried out, of the Golden Temple is to be talked about. It was by late Prime Minister Srimati Indira Gandhi. Tanks rolled on to the Golden Temple. The walls of the Golden Temple literally came crumbling down. Can we ever think of any worse form of sacrilege or desecration?
In 2005, then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, himself a Sikh, issued an apology for the massacre of Sikhs that followed the assassination of Indira Gandhi in October 1984. But he referred to Operation Blue Star as a tragic event in the context of Indira Gandhi's determination not to change her Sikh bodyguards.
4,000 people were killed in this great national tragedy that took place in 1984. I have no hesitation in saying that what happened, the death of a great Prime Minister who had served our country with the greatest distinction in peace and war, her death at the hands of her own bodyguards was a great national tragedy. And what happened subsequently was equally shameful.
But Prime Minister Modi's direct comments on Operation Blue Star in Parliament have been received positively by the BJP's former allies.
प्रधानमंत्री साहब का ये बयान बहुत अहम है और हम ये चाहते हैं कि ये जो ताका नीरा तारा का ऑपरेशन हुआ है इसको पार्लियामेंट में पास किया जाए और उसके ऊपर खेद प्रकट किया जाए ताकि ये बात सही हो सके.
The complex legacy of Operation Blue Star continues to haunt the Sikh community.
The wounds of the past remain, but perhaps an open dialogue can pave the way for a deeper understanding and healing of that dark phase. Harmeet Shah Singh for India Today.
That's it on India First. Thanks so much for watching. The news continues right here on India Today.
From the biggest conflict zones
We are at the Hostel Air Base and this is...
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us, because when it's national interest, it's India First. Monday to Friday, 10 p.m. only on India Today TV.
Viluppuram judge, where this case was happening, he has written to speeden up this case and for completion. Wherein this case is now transferred from Viluppuram to Vellore on administrative order. Any matter, wherever the case is being contested, it is on merits, and the judgment is going to happen on merits. And what is the reason to shift the case from Viluppuram to Vellore for no reason at all? So there are many such incidences which has given a shoddy image on the entire process of judicial process. I think now the damage control exercise has started, and we hope the justice is delivered soon.
This is a welcome move by the Honorable High Court, and people are feeling very happy that justice still prevails. So I think next to Senthil Balaji, in line, Mr. Ponmudi should be dismissed. But we don't expect that to happen because Mr. Stalin is very adamant to carry on with Senthil Balaji and Mr. Ponmudi.
राजद्रोह पर कि अंग्रेजों ने अपने शासन को बचाने के लिए एक कानून बना था। मैं इस सदन को कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय इस सरकार ने किया है। राजद्रोह को कंप्लीटली हम रिपील कर रहे हैं। यहां लोकतंत्र, सबको बोलने का अधिकार है। राजद्रोह को हम कंप्लीटली रिपील कर रहे हैं। मान्यवर, गैंग रेप के सभी मामलों में 20 साल की सजा या आजीवन कारावास का प्रावधान किया है, जो आज नहीं है। 18 वर्ष से कम आयु की बच्चियों के मामले में मृत्यु दंड का भी प्रावधान। मॉब लिंचिंग का बड़ा शोर मचा है, हमने उसको केयरफुली करा है। मॉब लिंचिंग के लिए भी 7 साल आजीवन कारावास और मृत्युदंड तीनों का प्रोविजन कर हम प्रावधान मान्यवर लाए।
नियम के 352 में स्पष्ट है कि जो सदन का नेता है, सर्वोच्च नेता, सदन का सर्वोच्च नेता प्रधानमंत्री है, उसके बारे में तुम कभी भी कोई टिप्पणी करोगे, अभद्र भाषा का उपयोग करोगे, जानबूझकर करोगे, अपनी टीआरपी बढ़ाने के लिए कि मेरी पार्टी मुझे नेता प्रतिपक्ष बनाए रखे, तो निश्चित रूप से वो संवैधानिक सिस्टम का, वो देश की मर्यादाओं को तार तार करने वाला होता है। बार बार उनको कहा गया माफी मांगे, सॉरी फील करें, बाकी भी मांगे, वो माफी भी नहीं मांगे। कोई भी मंत्री बोलता है तुरंत बीच में खड़े हो जाते हैं, जब उनको पूरा टाइम दिया जाता है। उनकी पार्टी ने उनको टाइम नहीं दिया बोलने का। कहीं कलकत्ता से फोन आ गया होगा, किसको नहीं बुलवाना है, इसलिए कांग्रेस दबाव में नहीं दिया। फिर भी सोचा नेता प्रतिपक्ष है, उनको टाइम दिया जाना चाहिए। आधे घंटे का टाइम गृह मंत्री जी के कहने पर, रिक्वेस्ट करने पर, पार्लियामेंट अफेयर मिनिस्टर के रिक्वेस्ट करने पर संसदीय हमारे लोकसभा अध्यक्ष ने समय दिया, और उसके बाद फिर इस प्रकार की टिप्पणियां करना अभद्र, कि किसी भी ऐसे भगोड़े, किसी भी ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारी का नाम प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जोड़कर ये कहना कि आप में उनकी फोटो दिखाई देती है, तो वो देश के कहीं ना कहीं दुनिया भर में देश को शर्मिंदा करने वाला सब्जेक्ट होता है। तो ऐसे लोगों को निकाला ही जाना चाहिए।
प्रधानमंत्री अभी तक ऐसी क्या जिद पर अड़े हैं, ऐसी क्या जिद पर अड़े हैं कि मणिपुर अब तक नहीं गए। मेरा दूसरा प्रश्न कि मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री को क्यों नहीं बर्खास्त किया, जिस मुख्यमंत्री के 3 महीने के कार्यकाल में लगभग 6 लाख गोलियां, लगभग 6000 हथियार पुलिस थानों से लूटकर निहत्थे लोगों पर आज गोलियां बरसाई जा रही हैं। ऐसे व्यर्थ मुख्यमंत्री को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने क्यों बर्खास्त नहीं किया।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top stories. Investors take heed of what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had to say on stocks of government-run companies. 8 of 11 CPSE shares ended the green, even as markets see an all-around fall. Government to tweak PLI scheme for sectors which have underperformed, says course correction needed in some areas, set to release 13,000 crore rupees as incentives this year. Online gaming stocks like Nazara, Delta and OnMobile end in the red as Parliament okays the bill to impose 28% GST on the sector, new tax to be imposed from the 1st of October. One of the Kamath brothers who are behind the success of Zerodha reveals his plans to enter the gaming arena. Later in the show, listen in to what Nikhil Kamath had to say to BTTV. US President Joe Biden calls China economy a ticking time bomb as China faces its first deflation in 3 years, says China could trigger a global economic meltdown. BTTV tells you what it means for India. Equity investors seem to have taken Prime Minister Narendra Modi's message to heart. The Prime Minister, in his reply to the no-confidence motion debate in Lok Sabha yesterday, had taunted opposition claims about an alleged decline in government-owned enterprises, saying investors would reap a rich harvest if they invested in PSU shares. Listen in to what the Prime Minister had to say.
शेयर मार्केट में रुचि रखने वाले को भी ये गुरु मंत्र है कि जो सरकारी कंपनियों को ये लोग गाली देना, आप उसमें दांव लगा दीजिए साहब, अच्छा ही होगा.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi mentioned 2 stocks as well. Hindustan Aeronautics, he said, was once written off by Rahul Gandhi, only to have risen 234% in the past 5 years. The stock rose more than 2% today, but closed around 0.5% in the red. LIC was the other company mentioned by the Prime Minister. It rose more than 3% in trade. Business Today TV stocks editor Shailendra Bhatnagar spoke to a panel of experts on this issue this morning. Here's an excerpt.
Mayuresh, first to you. What are your 2 stock picks in the PSU sector which might outperform over the medium term? And I'll also request Sudeep to get ready with his picks technically in the PSU space. Mayuresh, first to you.
So one, we spoke about Bank of Maharashtra within the PSU banking space. Our take is that there is much more steam to go, so I'll not repeat on that. And the second one would be within the power space itself, Shell, sir. I think NTPC, I think any pullback should be taken as a buying opportunity. 2-3 things are happening here which is very, very interesting. I think the entire transition from thermal to renewables over the next few years, 2030 target of almost 130 gigawatts, half of which will be covered by renewables. Thermal will still continue its good run over the next few years.
Coming back to you, Mr. Shah, and your top bets from the PSU pack.
It would be NHPC, because what we've seen with NHPC, the stock has in the last few months, it was consolidating. Even since October 2022, it was consolidating between say 38 and 45. But post that, when it has given a breakout, it has not yet moved too far. So I feel that from the current, if we speak from the current scenario, also there is a decent upside that is available in the stock. And the second pick would be BEL, Bharat Electronics Limited. Now we all know that how much of a push that the government is giving on the defense stocks and procuring the defense, and the defense industry is now on an up move.
Equity markets extended their fall for a second session today, dragged by pharma, healthcare, banking, financial and consumer goods stocks. Weak global cues also weighed on sentiments. Sensex was down 366 points, Nifty was down 115 points today. And top gainers today, HCL Tech, Power Grid, Titan, Tata Steel, Ultratech Cement, they held out in trade. On the downside, we had the likes of IndusInd Bank, SBI Life, UPL, Tata Consumers and Asian Paints. 17 months after retaking Air India from the government, the Tata Group has draped the Maharaja in new clothes. As part of its revamp of the legacy airline, the conglomerate has unveiled a new logo, new colours and a completely new livery for Air India. As part of its coverage of the story, Business Today TV also spoke to the man behind the revamp.
I get at least a couple of mails a day, either criticizing or complimenting. But even in those criticisms that I receive, each and every one of them, short mail or long mail, there is a little amount of concern and heart. Can you not fix it? Can you not get it done faster? How can we keep going like this?
The Tata Group has responded with a massive revamp and rebranding exercise for the 90-year-old airline. The old Air India logo with the red swan and orange spokes inspired by Ashok Chakra has been replaced with a new livery of golden, red and purple colours. The new logo, reflecting the gold window frame, has been named the Vista.
Well, as you see behind me, entering is the new identity of the modern Air India, as the Tata Group has announced. In fact, what we are awaiting from this Air India 2.0 is their new logo, Vista, which represents the bold India. In fact, they've retained the iconic Indian household with a golden touch, with a palette of colors. There's red, there's aubergine and a gold touch, which represents the strength and depth of being an Indian. Joshi, hi. Looks like Tata's definitely trusted the right.
Business Today TV caught up with Prasun Joshi, the CEO of McCann, which was given Air India's advertising and marketing mandate in June.
The fact that we want to learn from everything from the legacy, but at the same time, we want to look forward. And that's the reason the window felt like something which gives possibilities, which is hope, possibilities. You look out for more, and I think that's what has been the thinking behind. And it doesn't mean that we don't value legacy.
It is not just cosmetic changes that Air India is undergoing. The Tata Group is spending hundreds of millions of dollars on rebuilding the airline ground up. Deals have been cemented with airports around the world for access to first and business class lounges. The new Air India website and app went live about a week ago. What's planned soon is 24/7 helpline for passengers. The frequent flyer program is also being rejigged to offer passengers more benefits. The airline is open an aviation academy to reskill its staff. A mega order of 500 aircraft has already been placed, of which the first Airbus A350S will join the fleet by December.
The way it shows on the side of the plane.
The existing aircraft are being refitted at an expense of $400 million, an exercise which will take around 2.5 years. The new and refitted aircraft will be available with 1,700 hours of in-flight entertainment. Suspense, however, remains about the role of Vistara, with top airline sources saying that Vistara will continue as an independent entity supporting Air India. Discussions are reportedly underway to keep Vistara afloat as a sub-brand. Meanwhile, the airline has scotched speculation that the iconic Air India Maharaja, born in 1946 as the airline mascot, was being retired.
The rumours of his demise have been greatly exaggerated. The Maharaja will live on. Close to home, he'll remain our beloved, slightly portly ambassador of hospitality. Farther afield, he will signify a class and an elegance while drawing a unique thread from Air India's past into its future. And his values of service, warmth and hospitality will infuse the DNA of every Air Indian as we build this airline into a world-class global airline with an Indian heart, serving Indians and friends of India consistently to the very highest of standards.
With Karishma Sudani, Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
US President Joe Biden has called China a ticking time bomb because of its economic challenges, adding that the troubles in China could lead to problems globally. The statement comes just a day after China announced a negative inflation in July, adding to indicators of a slowing economy. Business Today TV Managing Editor Siddharth Zarabi spoke to experts about the possible impact here in India. Listen in.
In the context of the latest move by President Joe Biden, the US has prohibited investment in sensitive technology. This focuses on semiconductor chips, on quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and also put on a approval list other tech funding. And this has meant that US private equity and venture fund investments into China are at an 8-year low. Now, in the broader scheme of things, specifically, we've also been trying our own efforts to boost manufacturing. We've seen some results. Do you actually see the fresh curbs resulting in a shift towards India, a further shift and significant investments in some of these sectors, or will this US money and interest go elsewhere in the world?
It is likely that India would be a big gainer in this process of the decoupling or de-risking that has been mentioned between United States and China. You did mention about the semiconductor ban, the chips ban to China in October last year, $130 billion ban on Huawei and ZTE Chongqing. Secondly, the second round of curbs that have been announced by the Biden administration. This is despite the visits of Blinken, Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, and Kissinger in quick succession in the last 2 months. Despite that, there has been no Chinese, plan B on this, and they continue with tariffs on American products as a part of the Trump administration policies in 2017 and 18. So the retaliatory tariff measures has vitiated the atmosphere between US and China. And it appears that there is no way back on that front.
We take a break. When we return, Zerodha's Kamath brothers are eyeing an investment in the gaming sector.
After government's order of the opening of a school, right now I am here at the one of the girls' school. Right now you can see the school are open, gates are open, but there is no any student you can see here, but teachers are available here. And now I'm joining with the principal, Mrs. Nimal Jain, to talk about the reason behind there is no any girl inside the school. What is the reason behind it?
I think the information has not been reached to the parents or the students. When they will be informed about the opening of the school, I hope they will come from Monday.
It means the information were in the newspaper, but do you find any kind of inquiry about the parents, about the safety concern of the children?
No, honestly, I didn't find any question from the parent side.
So you can see that how what is the reason behind it, that no any girl inside the school despite the opening or the government's order. And the principal ma'am, would you like to express us that would you expect the good strength of students in coming week?
We are hoping that students will come because the exams are also going to start in next week. So I hope they will come.
So it's a very crucial kind of situation that exams are in coming week, and next day is a second Saturday, then a Sunday. But due to internet shutdown, they are thinking that the students will come in next week. With camera person Manish Jha in Nu, it's Ram Kinkar Singh for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. The centre is tweaking some of the production-linked incentive schemes which have underperformed. Though the government has not identified these sectors, it has said that PLI schemes for sectors including medical devices, pharma, food processing, telecom, drones and white goods are doing well. The centre has also decided to increase the PLI dispersal this year to 13,000 crore rupees. For more on this, let's go across to Business Today economy editor Surbhi, who's got all the details. Surbhi, take us through what's on the agenda.
The centre today indicated that it's looking at restructuring some of the PLI schemes or production-linked incentive schemes in sectors where there has been undersubscription or lesser interest. If you recall, the scheme was introduced way back in 2020 for 14 sectors. DPIIT Secretary Rajesh Kumar Singh today informed that the government is looking to restructure some of the sectors where the PLI scheme has not worked, although he did not elaborate on this. But based on what is there in public knowledge, it seems that sectors such as textiles and ACC batteries, etc. have not done well. In fact, for the 20 gigawatt hour ACC batteries, the government has started a second round of bidding because there was not enough.
Secretariat will work together. We'll get a amendment to the CGST taken up at the earliest, hopefully even in this session. And when the question of when to implement it came, 1st October is when it is expected, by which time the states also will pass their amendments to their state laws.
What followed this announcement earlier this month was doomsday predictions, with online gaming associations saying the additional tax burden will destroy the $3.3 billion industry. In fact, one of the big players, Mobile Premier League, used the yet-to-be-imposed tax as a stick to fire 50% of its employees. But the industry has one cheerleader no one counted on. Nikhil Kamath, one half of the Kamath brothers, who revolutionized equity investing in India with their Zerodha platform. In an exclusive conversation with Business Today TV, the entrepreneur announced his plans for a big bang entry into the gaming industry.
Haven't made any large investments yet, but seeking opportunities, meeting prospective companies to partner, collaborate, invest in right now.
36-year-old entrepreneur also had some very good reasons why he's eyeing the gaming business.
Well, largely the rate of growth is very appealing. Gaming sector is growing significantly faster than other forms of content. But outside of that, the younger generation, I feel like people who are in their 20s now or teenagers, they seem a lot less enamored by old school content like I might have been in my generation. Interactive engagement with a feedback loop seems to be the way forward. So for many reasons, I'm bullish on gaming and esports.
He, however, made it clear that he was not looking at the gambling business.
To make the distinction that I'm not talking about gambling, but only gaming. I'm not talking about fantasy leagues and stuff like that.
Kamath also tweeted his plans for the gaming industry, calling it the next big thing for India. He included some hard figures as well. According to Kamath, the global gaming industry is double the size of the movie and the music industries combined. He added that in 2021 and 22, the share of games downloaded by Indians went up to 17% of the global downloads, with an average Indian gamer paying around 1,700 rupees for online games. Further supporting his argument, Kamath said the Indian gaming industry directly employs around 150,000 people, and of these 30% are developers and programmers. Citing data from a third source, Kamath claimed the Indian gaming market is expected to grow at 27% per annum to reach $8.6 billion by financial year 2027, and that the prize pool of the esports industry is poised to outgrow the prize pool of IPL in the next 2 years. He did, however, agree that the 28% GST on the gaming industry will have some impact.
There seems to be some kind of clarification even there on GST, where it will apply on the total amount put in, but not on every transaction. To a certain extent, I feel this is still too high, and it would impact their revenues and may end up driving more business in the way of offline players. So it's probably not the best thing for the ecosystem. But my focus and my interest is more towards gaming. Like, I'm talking about things like Fortnite or Counter-Strike or FIFA or all the new kind of gaming that kids today on Discord are talking about into.
Seen here attending a dinner at the White House during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the US in June, the entry of Nikhil and Nitin Kamath could disrupt the gaming industry like never before. Zerodha has already taken on and beaten industry giants at their own game, emerging as the biggest brokerage in the country in just 13 years of inception. With Bhavya Kaushal, Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
If you're planning a holiday during the extended Independence Day weekend, it could be a tad difficult for you. Not only have airlines done the usual and raised airfares to improbable levels, hotels have also taken advantage of the huge travel rush and hiked tariffs. The skyrocketing prices will be a nightmare for you if you haven't yet planned and booked your trip.
The white sands of Goa, the backwaters of the God's own country, the serene hill stations and river rafting in Uttarakhand, or even a temple run in Madhya Pradesh or Tamil Nadu. If you are planning to head to any of these locations and haven't booked your holiday yet, you are in trouble, because the festive season may not have begun for you, but it has already started for airline and hoteliers. The 4-day extended Independence Day weekend is a perfect launch pad for this tourism festive season. According to some reports, travel demand for these 4 days is more than 2.5 times more than it was last year. And this rise in demand is accompanied with a corresponding rise in airfares in hotel tariffs. Rooms are priced much higher than they were last year. Some estimates say as much as 20% higher. Last-minute holiday planners are shelling out at least 20,000 rupees to spend a single night at 5-star resorts. The popular Taj Lake Palace in Udaipur is charging 1.8 lakh rupees for 3 nights. The Taj-owned Rambagh in Jaipur is charging 5.9 lakh rupees for 4 nights. The Fairmount Hotel in Udaipur is charging 20,000 per night for rooms with rack rates of 5 to 15,000 rupees on regular days. The Acker Group raffles is already sold out. It's not only the hotel rooms which are costing more, even airfares are surging. For departure on Saturday and return on Tuesday, the return airfare from Delhi to Goa and Delhi to Jaipur is around 22,000 rupees. Delhi to Srinagar and Delhi to Kolkata will set you back by 12,500 rupees. Flights from Bengaluru to Delhi and back are up as much as 27,000 rupees. Chennai to Delhi is also much higher than usual, while Delhi to Udaipur return airfares have surged up to 30,000 rupees. Beyond top Indian cities, destinations that have registered the highest number of hotel bookings include Panjim, Jaipur, Coimbatore, Nashik, Amritsar, Khopoli, Mahabaleshwar and Agra. According to Clear Trip, luxury hotels are trending 25% above their usual rate for the weekend, and at an aggregate level, 5-star hotels are reporting 85 to 89% occupancy. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
That's it for the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
I watched the Prime Minister of India yesterday speaking for 2 hours, laughing, joking, लगाing naras in the parliament. The Prime Minister would say one line and the entire BJP would shout another nara. The Prime Minister seems to have forgotten that the state of Manipur is on fire and has been on fire for 4 months. Women and children are dying over there. People are being murdered. Women are being molested, are being raped. And the Prime Minister of India is sitting in the middle of the parliament, shamelessly laughing. This is not about Rahul Gandhi. This is not about the Congress party. This is not about the opposition. This is about India. It's about our country. A state has been decimated. It has been destroyed. It does not exist anymore. And it has happened because of the politics of the BJP. Divide and rule and burn. That is why in my speech I said, Bharat Mata has been murdered in Manipur.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Music happens for a reason. I don't feel anymore. To be free. Feel that. There should be limitations with expressions that might harm others. As human beings, the bare minimum that we could do is be able to express freely.
So sorry. नमस्ते टमाटर प्रेमियों 104.8 इश्क एफएम पर आपको चखाना चाहता हूँ आजकल का टमाटरी गीत ये
Shake your body, girl.
हो ग्रेवी बिरयानी हो चटनी पाव भाजी सदमे में अम्मी और अब्बा 1 किलो टमाटर 200 का था बिल बजट हिला मेरा रब्बा टमाटर कैसे लोगे 200 के किलो हो गए टमाटर टमाटर कैसे लोगे 200 के किलो हो गए टमाटर किलो में ना निकले एक भी ढंग का मम्मी का दिमाग था सन का टमाटर जो ना मैं छांट के लाया मम्मी लगा देगी लंका टमाटर वाला एक नहीं आ रहा ऑनलाइन भी चेक कर चुका मैं मोहल्ले की सारी रेडी पूछ पूछ के मर चुका मैं नहीं जरूरत बर्गर में टमाटर की सलाद बन रही खीरा प्याज और गाजर की एक टमाटर से पूरा दिन तुम चलाओ वन हो गई सिस्टर और अम्मा टमाटर कैसे लोगे 200 के किलो हो गए टमाटर
A good speaker is a good listener.
The maximum production budget which I have spent on a video of mine on Instagram is $10.
Oh, that's an attack.
You wanted something controversial.
हार्दिक क्या आप करके आया? कॉफी पीने जा रहा हूँ.
I act, I make people laugh. My way of just having fun. Chalo, let's start all over. Come.
Watching India Today.
Mega escalation in Rahul versus Modi war. After a fiery face-off in Parliament,
उस आवाज की हत्या आपने मणिपुर में की।
war of words hits top gear. Rahul Gandhi takes aim at Prime Minister Modi again.
अगर इस देश में हिंसा हो रही है, दर्द हो रहा है, हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री को 2 घंटे मजाक नहीं उड़ाना चाहिए।
Rahul slams PM over the Manipur crisis. It's now Rahul versus Modi, round 2.
No matter what the Congress party says, no matter what Team India says, I'm going to go ahead and declare that the fight for 2024 is going to be Modi versus Rahul 3.0. Over the next half hour, I'm going to tell you why I think so. I think it has become beyond doubt that the narrative, the political sweepstakes and the face-off is being built up to be a Modi versus Rahul affair once again. There's going to be a great deal of deja vu for many of our viewers. The Congress is going to rubbish it and say, no, this is about issues, not about personality. The BJP is going to say, we don't want to give Rahul Gandhi any importance. But the truth of the matter is, Rahul Gandhi is front and center. He's been repackaged for the nth time to be proposed as the next Prime Minister of India. And this entire war is building up to be once again, familiarly, a Modi versus Rahul affair. Mark my words, it happened yesterday, it happened today, it's going to happen repeatedly over the next 10 months in the lead up to the 24 election. It's going to be Modi versus Rahul 3.0. It's not going to go any other way. It's Rahul versus Modi 3.0, no matter which way you look at it, viewer. The fact is, there are only 10 months to go for the big election in 2024. But Rahul versus Modi as a setup continues to rage one day after that fiery face-off in Parliament. The Congress MP branded today the Prime Minister a petty politician who is shameless and accused him of mocking India through his 2-hour speech in Parliament. A combative Rahul Gandhi in a brief press conference also alleged that the Prime Minister was fueling the Manipur fire instead of trying to douse it. Remember yesterday, during his reply to the no-confidence motion, the Prime Minister accused the Congress and the opposition of politicizing the Manipur issue and running away from the debate. Rahul Gandhi, in response, repeated his Bharat Mata murdered charge and said that Manipur has been destroyed. But he underscored his entire press conference, the theme of today's attack by Rahul Gandhi on the Prime Minister was that the Prime Minister is laughing, Prime Minister is giggling, he's not serious about Manipur. When we're talking about a serious issue, the Prime Minister was shamelessly laughing and giggling. That is what Rahul's attack has become today.
The Indian Army, it will take the Indian Army 2 days to put an end to the nonsense that is going on in Manipur. The Prime Minister refuses to stop the fire. He wants Manipur to burn. He allows Manipur to burn. Because if he did want it to stop, there are tools in the hands of the Indian government that can stop it immediately. I know. I have full faith in our army. I know. And every Indian citizen knows that if the Indian army is told, please put an end to this, it will stop immediately. There are reasons for the PM not being able to go to Manipur. I'm aware of those reasons. I don't want to say them publicly. But there are clear reasons as to why the Prime Minister is not going there. The only conclusion I can draw, because the Prime Minister has tools in his hand that can stamp out the fire in Manipur certainly within 3 or 4 days. But for some reason he's refusing to use those tools. Right? The Prime Minister could at least go to Manipur. Talk to the communities and say, I'm your Prime Minister. Let's start talking. It will be taken seriously. So I don't see any intention. I watched the Prime Minister of India yesterday speaking for 2 hours, laughing, joking, lagawing naras in the parliament. The Prime Minister would say one line and the entire BJP would shout another nara. You know, the Prime Minister seems to have forgotten that the state of Manipur is on fire and has been on fire for 4 months. Women and children are dying over there. People are being murdered. Women are being molested, are being raped. And the Prime Minister of India is sitting in the middle of the parliament shamelessly laughing. This is not about Rahul Gandhi. This is not about the Congress party. This is not about the opposition. This is about India. It's about our country. A state has been decimated. It has been destroyed. It does not exist anymore. And it has happened because of the politics of the BJP. Divide and rule and burn. That is why in my speech I said, Bharat Mata has been murdered in Manipur.
राहुल, आपने बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री ने बोला सदन में कि गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने विस्तार से जवाब दे दिया। अमित शाह साहब ये कहते हैं कि मणिपुर के सीएम को हटाने की जरूरत इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि उन्होंने हमारी पूरी बात सुनी और वो कभी भी कोई हमने डीजीपी चेंज किया, डीजीपी चेंज कर दिया, उन्होंने जो भी प्रशासनिक व्यवस्था हम चेंज करना चाहते थे, इसलिए मणिपुर सीएम को हटाने की सीएम,
जब मैं मणिपुर गया, मणिपुर सीएम ने जो मणिपुर में हजारों वेपन्स जो लूटे गए, वो मणिपुर सीएम के नीचे ही हुआ। तो क्या अमित शाह चाहते थे कि ये हजारों वेपन्स लूटे जाएं?
हाँ संजय।
राहुल जी, जो हिंसा चल रही है, क्या अमित शाह चाहते हैं कि हिंसा चलती जाए? चीफ मिनिस्टर उसको रोक नहीं पा रहा है। अमित शाह जी कह रहे हैं कि भैया वो हमारी बात मान रहा है, तो क्या आप चाहते हैं कि मणिपुर चलता जाए? It's very interesting. For the first time, the words Bharat Mata have been expunged from the parliament. It's an insult to those words. Whatever I said that is wrong, I have said Bharat Mata, which is an idea, which is the idea of India, where everybody lives peacefully, harmoniously, with affection, has been killed in Manipur. It's a fact. So, the word itself now cannot be spoken by the people of India. We cannot say Bharat Mata in Parliament.
Let me quickly first go to India Today's Mausami Singh, because she was at that press conference. She was asking a question. Mausami, you know, I'm still trying to figure out what the purpose of this press conference was. you know, the no trust vote happened. What precisely was the point that Rahul was trying to make? I mean, he and his friends walked out of Parliament when the Prime Minister began to talk about Manipur. Actually, before that, what's he talking about now?
So basically, Shiv, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party are setting the tone for the fight ahead. From the parliament to the streets on the issue of Manipur is what Rahul Gandhi is trying to push forward with this press conference. You know, it was the last day of the monsoon session. The government would actually be summarizing what bills were passed, summarized what bills were passed, how many adjournments were done, and what all happened, taking stock of all the work done. And on the other hand, you have the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi summarizing what happened and what did not happen in Manipur. So clearly, the Congress feels that Manipur is touching the raw nerve of the government, bringing the government on the mat. We couldn't do it as much in the parliament. We'll do it on the streets because that's where the real battle has to be fought.
Bosmi, thank you very much for that. It certainly does sound like that. It sounds almost like an admission that not only has Team India been defeated, as it obviously was going to be in the no trust vote, but has also lost the perception battle and therefore the need to consistently keep up this level of attack. But one is bewildered by some of the things that Rahul Gandhi said today. Let's go straight across to our guest. Dr. Anshul Abhijit is national spokesperson of the Congress party. Karan Verma is an author. The BJP declined to be part of this discussion. They said they don't want to quote unquote give importance to Rahul Gandhi. But, you know, obviously there's something to talk about there as well, which I will come to. Anshul, first of all, thanks to both of you for your time here on India Today. Anshul, you know, the 3-day discussions as part of the no trust vote happened. You know, many of the speeches were serious. Rahul Gandhi, the opposition, walked out right before the Prime Minister spoke about Manipur. My question, Anshul, to start with is, you know, is this what it has come to? You know, is Rahul Gandhi so bereft of political ideas that his criticism now is that the Prime Minister was giggling in Parliament while Manipur is burning? I mean, there was a full speech. There was one by the Home Minister as well. And Rahul Gandhi's complaint now is that the Prime Minister was laughing.
What kind of speech was it, Shiv? All the jeering, the jibes, the laughter, the mockery. I mean, the picture is there in front of you. You can keep making the headlines that you wish. I know there is an insistence in newsrooms to make attractive headlines and all that. But the picture there is in front of you, and it was brought out by Mr. Rahul Gandhi. That on one hand, you have a state which is after 3.5 months, 3 months still burning. You know, there is deep incompetence on the part of the administration and the chief minister of that particular state who remains there. It's a precious state. It's a fragile state. It's a border state. And it's still burning. There is murderous hostility between two groups. Forget about sharp fault lines being drawn and all that. And on the other hand, you have these cheap jibes and sloganeering by the opposition. You come to the topic. The entire program here was that the Prime Minister breaks his silence on Manipur. You come to the topic after 1.5 hours. Not even that. Cheap sloganeering goes on like a chorus. I don't want to compare it to a kangaroo court. But I mean, absolutely shameful. And Shiv, by the way, this term, India is an alliance, and the term that, you know, summoning all his creativity, he's thought of a particular pun on that word. And I mean, I can't even get to say it. I can't even get to say it. You think this is the high noon of eloquence by the Prime Minister?
The no trust vote, you know, it was an excellent idea. It was necessary. In my view, the Manipur issue being discussed in Parliament was absolutely necessary. I think the opposition did well in bringing attention to it and forcing a no trust vote. My question is the shifting of goalposts. First, you say the Prime Minister hasn't spoken. Then you say he hasn't spoken enough about Manipur in his speech. Then you say he was giggling. Then you say he started on Manipur too late. Then you say there was too much sloganeering. I mean, you know, first you say he's not speaking. Then you want to direct and edit and shape the quality and complexion of the Prime Minister's speech. It was a big speech. It came a day after the Home Minister provided a very detailed clarification, including the failures of the state government as far as Manipur is concerned. And now you've got Rahul Gandhi, who's beginning to sound, like a frustrated politician, talk about the Prime Minister being shameless and giggling in Parliament. That's bankruptcy.
So, in effect, Shiv, what you're trying to tell us is that in a democracy, the opposition has no right to critique the Prime Minister's
Not
speech.
at all. Not at all what I'm saying.
Shameless. No, but you're actually, the answers are being demanded of the opposition when it is the government which is in power, and the government's mismanagement has led to what is happening in Manipur.
The mismanagement, the opposition walked out when the Prime Minister was there.
Shiv, irony has died a million billion deaths at this moment when the opposition is being questioned for questioning the Prime Minister and is absolutely
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I wish, what I'm wishing for, Anshul, and you know I'm right when I say this. What I'm wishing for is that these 3 days were a ruthless, absolutely uninterrupted, unrelenting attack on the government as far as Manipur was concerned. It was scattered. There was so much, of course there was sloganeering on the part of the, of the government. The government was on the mat. The opposition simply didn't do enough. You walked out. You let the government off the hook.
We didn't walk out. We were losing our patience by the end of it. It was 1.5 hours of relentless jibes and mocking and laughter and the Gandhi name, and poor A.O. Hume was brought out of the woodwork. I mean, for God's sake. I mean, you had enough of this. I mean, it's been so long here. Last time, the Nehru name was brought out. I mean, there is a certain kind of, the Prime Minister must be aware of what his position is. You keep bragging this about being the largest democracy in the world and he being at the head of it. And this is the kind of tackiness, of kitsch and of cheapness that you come down to when there are such serious issues at hand. You get down to it. You answer those questions in all seriousness. If you want, look, Shiv, I agree, there is a time for politics. Even the kind of narratives that we've heard, maybe there is a time for it. You can critique it anytime you want. But this was certainly not the time. The Prime Minister, by his speech, lowered the dignity of Parliament, of the opposition, and of democracy on the whole.
Okay, Karan, where do you stand? What did you think of what Rahul Gandhi said today? I personally thought Rahul Gandhi's speech in Parliament, there are many people who say that it had a great deal of empathy, but it lacked gravitas. I think the speech was powerful. It was to the point as far as Manipur was concerned. It was memorable. It provided, certain phrases that people are thinking about all across the country. But today, in my view, and I want to tell you, I'm being fair because I expect that the pressure needs to be kept up on the government. But by talking about giggling and body language and mockery, I mean, that is part of the political language. When you've got two parties in a hostile atmosphere inside Parliament, taking pot shots at each other, that kind of thing is going to happen. But for that to be the thrust by Rahul Gandhi a day after a very serious no-trust vote, what did you think, Karan?
Okay, so Shiv, I hope I'm extended the same courtesy and I can speak my mind out. First of all, when Rahul Gandhi says that the Prime Minister was insensitive, I think it's a classic case of the pot calling the kettle black. Look at how Rahul Gandhi started his speech. He started with some cheap jibes at Adani. That is what he started with. And the entire Congress support system there, they were shouting, "Sher aaya, sher aaya." And then they were obsessed with the camera not being on Rahul Gandhi. Does that show empathy? Does that show sensitivity? I doubt it shows that. Secondly, he was thoroughly unprepared. Not a single specific detail where he could have cornered the government. You are right. I wanted the government to be questioned. I wanted specifics to be discussed. But he was thoroughly unprepared. Not a word about how the law and order situation broke apart there. Nothing. And this started right from day one. On day one, the Home Minister, Amit Shah, wrote a letter to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and Mallikarjun Kharge. Let's discuss this matter threadbare. They stuck to this technicality. They were fixated with the Prime Minister making a statement. Now, what that shows is they wanted the optics of it rather than solutions. Mr. Amit Shah was ready, the Home Minister, the man who's responsible for the internal security, was ready to discuss this matter threadbare. Why did you run away from this? The entire country was disenchanted because we wanted hard questions to be asked of this government. You let them off the hook and you politicized. Did Supriya Sule talk about Manipur in her address? Did Dimpi Yadav, she was discussing the 500 rupee thali or the electricity cuts in Noida. Did Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary make a nuanced statement? He was trying to internationalize the thing and talking about Nirav Modi and God knows what all. So the truth is, the opposition squandered a golden opportunity, and the Prime Minister and the Home Minister answered it in great detail. They could have countered the Home Minister then and there. They did not do that. And when the Prime Minister spoke about Manipur, look at his response. Dr. Anshul says, we ran out of patience. Is that the hallmark of a great opposition, to run out of patience? I think it's a case of shooting in the foot and then landing up with that injured foot in your mouth. That is what the opposition has done.
Okay, so the opposition's performance, whether they got what they wanted or not, has been debated yesterday and today as well. Karan makes a point. Anshul, you want to take that on? I want to keep it as specific as possible because we're on limited time, and Mr. Gandhi held a press conference today. I mean, Rahul Gandhi is talking about body language. I mean, this is a politician who has made headlines in the past for his flippant behavior in Parliament. Sure, he's not the Prime Minister. Sure, it's not the same standard he must be subjected to. He's not the executive. I grant that. But here's a guy who is very casual in Parliament. He's been accused of using Parliament as an extension of his living room during the infamous hug and wink episode. There was that, in my view, very needless flying kiss episode that happened. He's a man who's very casual. He laughs. He, gestures with his thumbs up. And here he is lecturing someone about giggling and being casual in Parliament. Anshul? I'm only saying it because he brought it up.
I'm telling you, Shiv, are you really sure that the opposition needs to be cross-examined after
I don't.
all this?
I'm just asking because that was the thrust of
Similarly,
Rahul Gandhi's press conference, Anshul. That was he mentioned it 4 times, not once, not twice, not thrice. 4 times he said shameless Prime Minister is laughing and giggling.
I'll say it another 50 times. I heard that speech. It's my great misfortune that I have to hear him every single time. It's a punishment for me, Shiv, that I have to hear him. But he's the Prime Minister of this country. I must latch on to every single word he says. And I'm deeply disappointed every time he says it, with every single statement, with every single comment, his every single falsehood. And that is what has happened in that speech yesterday. And I'll tell you the falsehoods. And the irony, you talk about irony, I already spoke about how irony dies every time he utters this word, Quit India movement. About the word he's coined up, all kinds of leveling, all kinds of baseless charges.
But
I've said, in all fairness, I've said that there is a time for politics. I have nothing against politics. We're in the game of politics, right? You trade charges, you say all kinds of things, even if they're degraded and cheap. And
I understand. But Anshul, just answer me one question. I hear what you're saying, and what you're saying is entirely reasonable because there is a place and time for politics and political barbs. There's, why can't they happen in Parliament? And at one level, Rahul Gandhi even talking about body language is totally legitimate. I mean, in this atmosphere, 10 months before elections, that's fair. My question is, was this really just about politics and Modi rather than about Manipur? You had the Home Minister call for a joint resolution on Manipur. You had the Prime Minister talk about Manipur. The opposition walked out before he could talk about Manipur. It gives the public impression that for the opposition, for Rahul Gandhi, for the Congress party, this was not about Manipur. This was not about having a substantive discussion about Manipur, as was stated to be the case with the no trust vote, but about attacking the Prime Minister personally, which is fine, but at least come out and say it then.
Shiv, you're talking about the opposition not bringing Manipur to the forefront. Do tell me.
Not at all. I praise the opposition for doing it.
Just tell me. I'm answering your question, Shiv.
Yes.
I am just saying that if the Prime Minister brings out Manipur for the very reason that we've called him there, because to break his silence on this very important
he should have done it earlier.
Because No, what sense does it make for it to bring out after 1.5 hours? Is that giving it importance? Have you asked that question? Why don't you ask the Prime Minister that question?
We did. We have. You haven't seen our discussion last night.
Right in the
Anshul, we had a discussion last night where we talked about how the Prime Minister began about Manipur after minute 96. We've discussed it threadbare here. I'm only bringing this up now because of Rahul Gandhi's words. Yeah, finish your point, Anshul.
No, I am just simply saying that the Prime Minister's speech, like all his other speeches, but this makes it particularly so because it was on the floor of this House and it was on such a critical matter at such a critical juncture in our history, was exceedingly distasteful. And I'm using my words very carefully. Actually, I'm not even going ahead and saying what I really think of that speech. I'm marking my words. It was cheap and it was a distasteful speech. And the Prime Minister should have known better as being the head of the biggest democracy in the world.
Karan,
shown maturity at this point.
You know, this is okay. I mean, in politics, this kind of thing goes. But is this a shifting of goalposts? Because, you know, a substantive answer on Manipur did come from the Home Minister. The Prime Minister mentioned it. Now it's about, you started talking about it too late. You should have started from right the beginning. You know, when so many other speeches were about things other than Manipur, now the Prime Minister is being castigated for not starting his speech on Manipur.
I think that's ridiculous. I mean, you can't dictate terms when to speak what. If he would have not spoken about Manipur, that would have been understandable. But he did speak about it. In fact, unfortunately, it's the opposition that walked out when he started speaking about it. Look, the opposition in this entire thing, they had a great opportunity to demand accountability and answers. They have squandered that golden opportunity. And which is why they are not able to stomach this fact that the government, which wanted a discussion on this, they've been let off the hook where they did have an advantage to question it. And even today, you look at this ship, even today they are obsessed with Prime Minister Modi's body language. They are still not asking the hard questions on Manipur. They are obsessed with the Prime Minister making a statement, what kind of body language he has. They are still not coming up with substantial arguments as to why the tension is brewing there. Except for Gaurav Gogoi, who did come up with 2 questions. None of them have come up with anything substantial. Nothing at all. And that
nobody
is what
came with any specific.
Nobody
from the opposition. Nobody from the opposition, and not Rahul Gandhi in particular, provided any specific points as far as Manipur was concerned. I also want to point out one more paradox, Anshul, with the greatest of respect, is that there were so many people in the opposition, who gave speeches who didn't touch upon Manipur. Gaurav Gogoi started fabulous speech. Let me say it categorically and on record here. Fabulous opening speech that stuck to the Manipur issue. After that, you had a whole bunch of people, including Rahul Gandhi, who spent the first 14 minutes talking about the Bharat Jodo Yatra, etc. Dimple Yadav, Kani Mori, and the others who didn't talk about Manipur. And then you're attacking the Prime Minister, for not talking about Manipur for the first 90 minutes. And this is a day after the Home Minister spent an hour and a half speaking about Manipur and nothing else.
Shiv, when the opposition walked out yesterday, there was not even a whiff of Manipur. We had no idea even Manipur was coming or not. You almost make it sound as if the
That's
Prime Minister,
ridiculous,
Anshul. Before him. Did you know Manipur was coming? Did you have any idea when Manipur was coming, if at all?
No,
how did you have an idea it was coming? Nobody had any idea.
How could anyone have known if it was coming?
And said nothing. When
you wanted the Prime Minister to speak. The Prime Minister was speaking.
No, he wasn't. It was that cheap sloganeering and guarantees about that, I guarantee, the typical manner in which he says it, which I can't recount. I can't even mimic it. I don't want to. It was terrible. And that is when it walked out. And they said, listen, what's going on here? And by the way, this is the executive. You have the tyranny of the executive in this country.
We asked them the question yesterday, Anshul. I will send you the link of yesterday's discussion on how we've taken the government to task on not enough answers on day 3 as far as Manipur is concerned. We have done it. I will send you the link. But my question is, if you're talking about, if this issue was at the initiative of the opposition, Rahul Gandhi was leading the charge on day 2, then please explain to me. And believe me, I am not here questioning the opposition. I am simply asking this question because Rahul Gandhi has brought it up. I'm saying if Rahul Gandhi spoke for 35 minutes, why for the first 14 minutes was he talking about his transformation, about his knee injury, about the Bharat Jodo Yatra? Why didn't he go from start to finish about Manipur? Yes, he was very emphatic in the end, but why wasn't it from start to finish? That's the same thing that the other side will ask you.
Absolutely not. No. The Prime Minister.
Who cares about his self-transformation?
Between the jeering. No, Shiv, let me answer that question. There has been no connect between the Prime Minister's jibe and jeering and jest and laughter and the mockery, and then coming down to Manipur at a time when the opposition was not there. We had no idea it was coming down. The Rahul Gandhi's speech there was about empathy. It was about listening to the people. He was building a ground for coming to Manipur. It had the same tenor. There is absolutely no comparison. You were talking about listening to India and finding solutions. Look, this is the executive. Look, Shiv, this is the executive we are talking about. Who is in power in this country? We're asking questions.
They know the answers.
They know the answers. They have to give the explanations. They have to give point by point what happened and what are their solutions. Why are you putting the opposition in the dock for this? I can't understand.
Definitely not. Definitely not. I'll tell you where some of the anger, I think, reflected from the public is coming from. And this is something that Karan also said. Many in the public were hoping for a much greater level of holding the government accountable as far as Manipur was concerned. And it was a wasted opportunity. At the end of the day, this is a democracy. It's all about politics. Optics, which most people dismiss, I think is extremely important, because ultimately it's the optics that make people go, and vote in addition to everything else. So, Karan, to me, the big takeaways from yesterday are there were two occasions in which Manipur came up majorly. One was when the Home Minister made his big speech. He called for a resolution, a joint resolution by all members of the House. That didn't happen. That was interpreted as the opposition, seeing that as a trap. Then you had the Prime Minister speak about it, but the opposition walked out. It just seems like it was about optics and not about substance. That's what the vote was about.
I think, Shiv, as far as the Home Minister is concerned, I'll give him credit. He has gone to the minutest details of what really transpired. He discussed how he spent 3 days there. The MOS spent 23 days, how 33,000 battalion, the force, the personnel were deployed there, how the secretary was changed, and the entire details. So I don't think we can say the Home Minister shied away from a debate or didn't go into the specifics. He did go into the specifics, unlike Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi could have asked such tough questions. I mean, people do a much better job on your news shows asking the government some hard questions. But Rahul Gandhi squandered it away. He totally wasted an opportunity when all eyes were on him, by the way. That was his maiden speech after return. Everybody was waiting to hear from him, and he squandered it away, talking about his psychedelic experiences and his knee injury and God knows what all. So let's not paint everyone with the same brush. The Home Minister is the star in the sense that he's come out and said, listen, this is what happened. This is what the history of it has been, how Northeast has been neglected for decades together, how ever since this government took over, for 6 years, there was no curfew, no blockade, nothing till May 3rd. Okay. And yes, what happened on May 3rd was unfortunate. He's owned up that. He said, yes, let's work together towards a peaceful solution. Did they come up with a single solution except for that the CM should resign? What a stupid suggestion. When you are going through turbulent seas, you don't ask the captain to resign. You come up with solutions.
10 months before the elections, one will expect some things like these to happen. But I also want to point out that if the opposition, as part of a no trust vote, has used that platform, and I believe absolutely rightly so, to highlight all of the government's different failures, things that it should be held accountable for, price rise, unemployment, the thali that you're talking about, T.R. Balu talked about certain other things as well. I think that it is a little rich for the opposition to then find fault with the Prime Minister, to use that same platform he's been granted or imposed on him to list his achievements and failures of past governments. That's the way politics works. There can be indignation about it, but remember, 10 months before an election, every opportunity is going to be an election platform. That's how it's going to be. Rahul Gandhi, in my personal view, can never be faulted on lacking empathy, anger, ferociousness as far as these issues is concerned. And hopefully we'll see much more of this on the road to 2024. Anshul and Karan, a pleasure. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with me here.
You are watching India Today.
A viral video for 2 people to be arrested after 77 days. How did the situation spiral out in Haryana so dangerously out of control? Where was the police? Fawzia ji, I promised you ek din aapka beta aayega.
Yeah, the promise is fulfilled. Thankful to you.
Fitness certificate ke bagair bridge reopen karna, ye kiski jawabdehi, sir? A 3-time MLA is beaten up in Imphal almost to death.
Till today, my tears can't stop.
I'm eagerly waiting for my husband's recovery.
The beating heart of every story is on News Today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai, Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. only on India Today TV.
Viluppuram judge, where this case was happening, he has written to speeden up this case and for completion. Wherein this case is now transferred from Viluppuram to Vellore on administrative order. Any matter, wherever the case is being contested, it is on merits. And the judgment is going to happen on merits. And what is the reason to shift the case from Viluppuram to Vellore for no reason at all? So there are many such incidences which has given a shoddy image on the entire process of judicial process. I think now the damage control exercise has started and we hope the justice is delivered soon.
This is a welcome move by the Honorable High Court, and people are feeling very happy that justice still prevails. So I think next to Senthil Balaji, in line, Mr. Ponmudi should be dismissed. But we don't expect that to happen because Mr. Stalin is very adamant to carry on with Senthil Balaji and Mr. Ponmudi.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
हिंदुस्तान जिंदाबाद था, जिंदाबाद है और जिंदाबाद रहेगा.
जब मैं ऐसे ही सोचता तो लगता वक्त ऐसे चला गया. That whole film was shot like a picnic. That place where we had put up the set, that's become Betab Valley. People go there.
We want to know the off-screen Sunny Deol and Dharmender. What kind of a relationship do you guys share with each other?
Being an actor's son, it's always very difficult. The most lonely man is the father.
और उनकी आपने अभी लेटेस्ट फिल्म जो आई वो देखी?
So now Papa is the hero of the film. रब ने बनाई चीज़ें ऐसे ही है ना. हाँ, only time when I feel very uncomfortable is when I have to dance.